Also, here today, probably might be joining us virtually, Professor Labode Okola and also Professor Olari Olaniyo, who are also introduced this occasion. As you know, we are the dean of our multidisciplinary study, Professor Peter Omonte, who is also here today. And also one of our keynote speakers, Professor of the Department of Health, Environment and Geographical Sciences in London University, USA. And we also have a State University in Togo and University of Florida to use the senior federal assistant to the president on SDGs, federal authority and the excellence services. I think okay, I think also be joining us to give a video address. And also for the ISDS is one of our most distinguished administrators in the University of Ibadan. Deputy Registrar Training and Development Dr. Italo is also here today. Without much ado, I want to sincerely appreciate you all for coming today. My name is David Lande from the Directorate of Public Communications of the University of Ibadan. Finally, we are going to be invited for a welcome address, the Director of Center, Professor Sana Chimo. Please welcome.
Good morning. The violence also kind of the representative of the registrar. So the team faculty of multidisciplinary studies, professor of this use my university as of present here. The chairman of the local organizing office, Owi Olaide, and his team. Our distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and privilege for me to welcome you to the Department of Sustainability Studies, Center for Sustainable Development of this great university on the occasion of the 16th annual Ibadan Development Summit. The Center for Sustainable Development was established in 2010 as a mark of commitment of the University of Ibadan to sustainable development. The center started the single master's program in development practice. The program was designed to holistically address development issues. But as a result of the industry commitments and foresightedness of the founding fathers of the center, now the Department of Health Sustainability Studies. The department now runs 5 academic master's programs and 3 outreach programs. The academic programs are Masters in Development Practice, Social Knowledge and Development program, Climate and Society program, Masters in Tourism and Development, and Masters in Sustainable Development. The center also runs PhD programs in Climate and Society, Social Knowledge and Development, and Tourism and Development. The 3 outreach programs are Environmental and Natural Resources Program, Leadership and Governance Program, and the annual Ibadan Summit. which we are in this month. The department has continued to work hard to provide conducive teaching and learning environment. Our facilities are excellent, and we have capitalized on the resourcefulness and faith of the University of Ibadan to assemble excellent resources from diverse disciplines across the university for our first delivery. The annual Ibadan Sustainable Development Summit debuted in 2010 and has held every year to date. This year's summit stage. Each year, we invite globally renowned scholars, leaders of thought, and policy leaders and speakers. This year, we have, as usual, carefully selected the theme, emerging global dynamics and innovation for sustainable development in Africa. We have also invited two distinguished scholars and an accomplished policymaker to share their wealth of experience on different aspects of sustainable development with us. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I assure you that you will benefit the worth of your time and other resources invested in participating in this summit. I must, at this juncture, on behalf of the staff and students of the Department of Sustainability Studies, express my sincere appreciation to the Vice Chancellor, Professor Kayode Adebowale, and the team for the tremendous support we have enjoyed over the years. We have over the years received from the university. And I must reiterate this. Professor Kayode Adebowale, our beloved and new PC, is one of the most humble leaders that I've ever seen. I didn't know that as I was sitting down here, expecting, he had called me 4 times. PC calling before me. But I didn't. Okay, so would and it's a team of tremendous support we have over the years received from the university. We do not take this for granted. We assure you, sir, that we shall continue to work hard to sustain the legacy of excellence for which we invest of and indeed the Center for Sustainable Development are reputed for. I thank the special way, Mr. Olabode Kola, the first director of Center, for his unwavering support. He has been spending his personal resources and social capital to ensure that the department continues to work stronger. I appreciate our keynote speakers, whom, out of their very crowded schedules, have made out time to come and enrich our knowledge on different aspects of sustainable development challenges and probably solutions. I thank the alumni of Center and now department who have risen in our support to ensure the success of the summit. I commend the Boston Department of the University for working hard to ensure timely release of funds for the prosecution of the summit program. I'm equally grateful to Professor Olaniyan, the immediate past director of the center and current vice chancellor of Mandela University of Education of York, for his tremendous support and encouragement. Mr. Vice Chancellor, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to seize this opportunity to reiterate the challenges of active shortage of staff confronting the department. We have 5 academic programs at the master's and PhD level, but we have only 3 academic staff. I'm sure you are aware of this and you are addressing it. Please, I'm using this opportunity to remind you. Please help us. In addition to that, I'm equally bringing to your knowledge the problem of power, inadequate power supply that that is confronting us in the departments. I've also equally discussed this with you, and I'm sure you have met So please try to get it sorted as soon as possible. I should not end this address without expressing the depth of my gratitude to all staff of the department for the tremendous support I've enjoyed in the last 4 years. I recognize your sacrifices, commitment, and dedication to duty. I urge you to continue to put in your best to ensure that the excellence we are known for does not diminish. I appreciate all of us who submitted their manifesto for presentation at the summit. The great sense of duty of members of the organizing committee led by Dr. I also place on record the diligence and versatility of our hard driver, Mr. James Olawi. He is simply wonderful. Thank all our colleagues, friends, facilitators, partners, and collaborators from across the world for your selfless services and tremendous support. Thank you. God bless you all.
Around about your clarification also is actually representing the registry of the university at this stage. Not to elaborate, please understand that every water grants is allowed or is also here representing the water. If your neighbor is going to the job, so appreciate your Professor Depa Ababa, Director of our Center for the parents as well as this year home and so hopefully like to request the Vice Chancellor of our university to give his speech right in this trying to get up.
So, what definition to complete? Thank you very much, Director of Part. Well, today appears to be very distinct because as we speak, there are 4 important events that are taking place simultaneously at 10 o'clock. At the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Innovation, and Strategic Partnership is representing this Board of Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration. The conference that taking place is representing the Vice Chancellor there. They decided that, and there is another program, the from the United States, they give scholarship for our brilliant students. It's also supposed to take place. And we have an interview section of technology taking place exactly 10 o'clock. Well, it's when you see up here that they are decided that I don't think that well, as a duty to come to this well, several discussions with the director, who is also very, very I will take some time in so that I will have usually I like to have a constant team of some of our units so that when we are going to we will know exactly what we are doing. I will take some time the next before the end of the next, I will call and then not located on our main campus. Then to also have visited here. I don't visited here after your young there is some plants, one plants and so on that kind. But I think I'm supposed to have visited here. So my example also to meet the so I think that so maybe you're not just to come up now just because of the other meetings that we have. You know, one can just usually speak last. And when you speak last, you have a lot of advantage. Lot of advantage that you have because you can crop harvest all the things that you have and then put it inside your speech. are my thoughts. But let me just say that we spoke about the staff. I know that that's one of the challenges of our federal department. Let me assure you, I was in Abuja towards one of the areas that we have got to the last point four now. We are already at the office of DG budget, the Federal Minister of Finance. That's the last thing. For them to be able to look at, because we're expected to recruit about 598 staff. We look at our budget to see whether we able to capture perhaps what them, and then see how many you. But I think where we are now, be able to, in the last few months of the year, to be able to accommodate it in our budget. We just for them to go and advertise. Sure, almost 100% sure by the grace of God that we'll advertise both them. And this center will make it one of the priorities. We spoke about the center for independent well, the director of the request that. So the part about is that to speak to her and see how to make those connections and make it better. But areas where that's when I visit the place. Areas that can put solar inverter our priority. Show the university. How then usually constant and with all the things that we have done over the years. Federal government is also sure that in the next 6 months or thereafter, federal government has approved the University of Ibadan, one of the universities with alternative part of it, and they are giving us about 13 megawatts. But our pool, we don't consume more than 7 megawatts. So even our needs next 5 years is already covered. And by the time that program comes, so also so the need of the faculty of multidisciplinary studies, our head of the Department of Sustainability Studies and Center for Sustainable Development, Dr. Sakauna, very good friend. Captains of industries that are present here, the representative of the registrar, registrar training and development. I'm sure it's very fast. And then the representative of the board. Also appreciate all the students, the department of Sustainability Studies and Center for Sustainable Development, captains of industries, gentlemen of great distinguished and it is with immense pleasure and profound optimism that I welcome the ground of the University of Ibadan on this momentous occasion of 16th annual Ibadan Sustainable Development Summit. I know that this gathering is meticulously created by our forward-thinking Department of Sustainability Studies, Center for Sustainable Development, which stands as a vital leader in discourse shaping Africa. The theme that we have chosen, imagine global dynamics and innovation for sustainable development in Africa, not merely timely, it's also critically urgent and profoundly exciting. I commend the department for its unwavering commitment, tackling confidence, both present challenges through rigorous quality and transformative dialogue. we convene at a very historical inflection point because the world is characterized by combining COVID crisis, lingering aftershocks of global pandemic, the escalating geopolitical tensions and conflicts happening all over the world, the ever-present existential threat of climate change that is manifesting in devastating floods and droughts all across our continent, the precarious global economic outlook, rising inflation and debt burden, and rapid, often disruptive technological advances that some of the challenges are tearing us at the face. These emerging global dynamics, they are not abstract forces, they are powerful currents that is reshaping trade patterns, our investment to our resource assets, and also various areas of national cooperation. For Africa, this landscape presents both unprecedented challenges and unique, also at the same time unique opportunities. So it's actually mixed. The first is the climate imperative that Africa contributes least to global emissions, but yet we face the most severe consequences. Global change, the direct threat to our food security, to our water resources, to public health, and also to even our infrastructural development. However, this crisis also positions Africa as a potential leader in renewable energy adoption, in climate resilient agriculture, and in nature-based solutions that is attracting significant global climate finance. Second is in terms of geopolitical realignment and also the supply chain resilience. Shifting global analysis and the push for supply chain diversification creates openings for Africa to become a more integral player in the global value chain, particularly concerning critical minerals and minerals that is essential for digital transformations and also for anything that concerns green transition. Third is the digital evolution and the artificial intelligence. The Africa's youthful population is a massive asset for approximately 70% are about 30 years and below, which is a very great asset for. So harnessing digital technology, artificial intelligence, and also data science can leapfrog our traditional development model like healthcare, education, agriculture, and governance. However, the digital divide remains and the ethical framework very, very important and crucial for us to do. Because when we see the way that artificial intelligence is moving, like wildfire, but there is need every time for ethical consideration, ethical framework, and also human oversight so that we be able to control and utilize it effectively. Also, in the finances of our SDGs, a significant shortfall in financing sustainable development goals in demands innovative solutions. We must move beyond traditional aid towards mobilizing domestic resources, attracting impactful private investment, especially in terms of infrastructure and green projects. We should also be able to explore innovative financing mechanisms like a blended finance and green bond that advocate a clearer global financial architecture. Finally, the youth dividend and our demographic transition that Africa to have youth population that is our greatest potential resource. When we invest massively in quality education, in skills development, and skills development that is aligned with the future, green and digital jobs, entrepreneurship, and meaningful youth participation, we will be able to harness this dividend and then avoid crisis that is spring up. distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I know that amidst all these complex dynamics, innovation emerges not as a luxury, but as a fundamental need sustainable development. This innovation must be multifaceted. One is in terms of technological innovation. As I've said before, artificial intelligence for disease surveillance, deploying internet of time, smart management, water management, utilizing blockchain for transparent supply chain, and then land registry as well. Scaling up affordable public urbanized and then advancing valve technology for climate resilient growth. I know that African investors are already leading here from drone delivery, medical supplies, or mobile payment platforms that appears to be revolutionizing finance public health. Second is in terms of social innovation, in terms of developing community-led conservation models, creating inclusive finance platform for women, particularly as the small stakeholder, holder, designing cultural sensitive climate adaptation, fostering circular economy initiatives that will bring jobs from waste and empowering our local community. Very, very important. Our educational innovation is also transforming our curricula at all levels to embed sustainability principles, critical thinking, digital literacy, and entrepreneurship skills. Recently, the federal government, the new goal agenda, already know, and one that is making our education sector, the education, identified 6 universities and made them centers of excellence for development, and University of Ibadan. Yeah, to be able to reorientate our curricula, human kinetics, all those areas, so that we make it more practical, and then move in the direction of having sports academy, in those various areas. And I know that once we have that, it will be able to improve our activity practically, and then prepare generations of sports administrators, generations of athletes for the future. And I think that it's one of those things that we need to pursue. African-led solutions. The critical message that resonates through the theme, solutions must be context-specific and African-led. While land practices innovation parachuted without deep understanding of the local socio-economic and environmental reality. If we don't put this, we are doomed to fail. So let me just, as I'm rounding up, that sustainable development in Africa requires that we respect indigenous knowledge, integrating our valuable traditional practices and knowledge system in modern science. 2, prioritizing the just transition, ensuring that the shift to green economy and create decent jobs and protect vulnerable communities. It should also be able to build on our local capacity and then strengthen South-South cooperation. What is our vanguard as a university, as Nigeria's premier university and leading institution on this continent? The University of Ibadan embraces a pivotal role in this transformative agenda. And I know that our Department of Sustainability Studies, Center for Sustainable Development, stands as a testament to this commitment. Our effort on the extent far beyond the department. One is research excellence. Our researchers across faculty, agriculture, technology, science, social science, public health, arts, that are actively engaging in cutting the work of climate climate smart agriculture, renewable energy technology, and so on, must be able to push them forward in terms of sustainability. Also, teaching and capacity building will be integrating sustainable principles across our curricula and developing specialized programming programs that will be able to equip the next generation of leaders. And what is our call to action? Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the path to sustainable development in Africa amidst turbulent global dynamics demands not more than analysis, but a concerted effort. We must foster unprecedented collaboration, and we are already doing that. That's why, out of maybe all the universities, he created about 7-8 years ago the Deputy Vice Chancellor and officer for research, innovation, and strategic partners. Nobody talks of working in a silo anymore. But all the silos must work down. But it's when we work, because I remember in those days, well, as a young lecturer, when you enter the office of another lecturer, you just cover it. When you cover it, you are not doing it yourself. Because it's when you reach out that you be surprised about what some others are doing that will be able to complement what you are doing. And then you see the synergistic effect, so that you far greater than us. So we did that. We also need to invest relentlessly on innovation. Government, and we need to prioritize education, and we need to also embrace courageous leadership. I hope my talk is not too long. In conclusion, the emerging global dynamics is not a distant storm. They are the weather that we are navigating today. Yet, within this challenge lies the seeds of Africa's direction. By strategically harnessing innovation, technological, social, and institutional that is rooted in unique context and driven by African ingenuity and collaboration, we can build a future of shared prosperity, of resilience, and harmony with our planet. See, each time I read about Agenda 2063, I pause to read. That's the agenda of the African Union, the Africa that we want. If you read that agenda, it's built on 5 pillars. Very, very comprehensive. I'm sure if we can move about half of it, Africa will not be where we are. We have moved ahead. Because we have enormous resources. The University of Ibadan reaffirms its unwavering commitment to being a leading force in this vital mission. It's now ready to deepen our partnership, expand our research impact, and educate transformative leaders that Africa needs. So the Department of Sustainability Studies, I commend you once again for organizing this vital summit. To our distinguished speakers, participants, I urge you, all of you, to engage vigorously and share openly what connection that will be able to propel us forward. Think outside the box. Think without the box. Assuming that there is even no box here. Let us take the opportunity together. Let us unleash the power of Africa together. Let us build sustainable, equitable, and thriving Africa that people deserve and the future generations that. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as a man of very few words, I declare this very, very important conference and so I declare to thank you.
This is the how we put the activity downstairs. Then we all take the seconds together. I'm a round of applause for the content. Thank you. So we all go down there for photograph.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we need to be capacity, which will be presented by Professor Homeless Ecosystem Development Solutions. She's still she's downstairs. The vice chancellor the one that's is and section is now you represent represented by vice chancellor of like the university and each part of the document that's very director immediate partner the director of the Center for Sustainable Development, the dean of faculty of multidisciplinary studies, that's supported, members of the local organizing committee of the summit led by other faculty of the Center for Sustainable Development, the director of the Center for International Innovation of the University of Ibadan, Her Excellency Princess Adejoke Oyelope, OFR, the Special Assistant to the President on SDGs, the keynote speakers, Professor Jelia MP, and the immediate past by the Vice Chancellor of Physics University, Professor Ola Musaya, members of the diplomatic corps, development partners, and civil society stakeholders, UIs, I'm presenting this on behalf of the director of the SDS in Nigeria, Professor that means that the face you are seeing is my face, for the words you're hearing will be hers. On behalf of the Sustainable Development Solution in Nigeria, it is my honor to warmly welcome you all to the 16th annual ISDS. Over the years, this summit has established itself as one of the most important platforms for advancing dialogue, research, and partnerships for sustainable development in Africa. The theme of the year's gathering, Emerging Global Dynamics and Innovations for Sustainable Development in Africa, is both timely and urgent. We find ourselves in a world marked by rapid change, climate disruptions, technological revolutions, geopolitical alignments, and demographic shifts. These global dynamics present challenges, but also opportunities for our country, Nigeria, and Africa at large, to craft our own pathways to sustainability driven by innovation, resilience, and collaboration. We are privileged to have well three distinguished leaders whose insights will get our reflections. I also like to highlight the different outside events for sustainable solution options and the rich technical and parallel sessions
where new knowledge and practices will be shared. Distinguished audience, beyond the formalities and essentials, this summit is more than discussions. It is about possibilities. It's about bringing together scholars, policymakers, innovators, and practitioners to shape a future where Africa not only adapts to global shifts, but leads fresh ideas and bold solutions. I encourage us all to engage deeply, ask hard questions, and seek partnerships that will lead beyond the surface. Because the true impact of ISDS lies not in the days alone, but also in the actions, in the collaborations, and the innovation that will follow. Let us therefore see this moment with courage and imagination. Together, we can chart pathways that will ensure Nigeria, and by extension, Africa's development in terms of our sustainability and transformation. Thank you, and I wish us all that inspiring success.
A round of applause. Everybody, please help me put your hands together to welcome our second keynote speaker. So, Tony Ola, producer and today. Now we'll take the good news messages from the former directors of the Center for Sustainable Development. We have Professor Labadi Ola joining us on for his new build estimate.
Greetings to the Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan and the entire university community. I also recognize the Director of the Center for Sustainable Development and his team. It's yet another opportunity for us to hold the annual Ibadan Sustainable Development Summit. This is the 16th edition of the summit, and it's remarkable that the center has been able to continue with this very laudable program. Even during the tough times of COVID-19, the center was still able to hold the summit, and I'm indeed very proud of the center. The theme of this year's summit is Emerging Global Dynamics and Innovation for Sustainable Development. This theme is very apt. We live in a globe that is continually changing, very dynamic in everything. We're having conflict, we're having climate change, and we are also having a lot of changes in the areas of technology, ICT. And I think it's important for us to take advantage of these changes. Yes, there are also negative impact of the changes, but let's take advantage of the opportunities. I want to believe that the summit will address the salient issues associated with these dynamics and the changes for the benefit of Africa, the benefit of Nigeria, and the benefit of all. I wish all of us a very wonderful summit, and I want to congratulate the center and its team for this remarkable summit that has held for 16 years. Well done, everybody. I'm sorry I'm unable to be with you this year. I'm away in Yokohama, and I hope that next year I'll be able to join you. Thank you very much.
Those for past now we have first keynote speaker, every represented by Bala UNICEF. That's our excellent Princess Adejoke Orilope Adekunle Oepa.
Please, round of applause.
Good morning. Please, can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. A very good morning. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Ibadan and the chairman of today's summit.
The citation of Excellency.
Distinguished colleagues, please permit me to address. So I will just do that. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is both an honor and a privilege to deliver this keynote address on a theme that speaks not only to the heart of our continent's future, but also to the shared fortune of humanity in an era defined by complexity, urgency, and opportunity. Indeed, colleagues, the triple C crisis of climate change, COVID-19, and conflicts have strained health systems, disrupted service delivery, placed vulnerable populations, and displaced vulnerable populations, and diverted resources away from essential development priorities to meet the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And recall that the 2030 Agenda envisions a present and a future that is economically sustainable, socially inclusive, and environmentally resilient. Their cumulative impact underscores the urgent need for innovation, renewed investment, resilience, and coordinated action if we are to build back better and remain on track to achieve the 2030 Agenda. And today, colleagues, in line with the timely and suitable theme for this 16th Ibadan Summit, I wish to steward this address at the intersection of the emerging global dynamics and innovation for sustainable development in Africa and policy, legal, and institutional frameworks are necessary to enable sustainable development in Nigeria and in Africa at large. These are not mutually exclusive, they are deeply connected. One reflects the global winds of change, while the other is a national response to those winds. Distinguished participants and colleagues, evidently, we live in a world undergoing rapid transformation. Climate change continues to intensify, with Africa disproportionately affected despite contributing the least to global emissions. Digital transformation, powered by Internet of Things, big data, and of course, artificial intelligence, is reshaping societies, economies, and governance. Geopolitical shifts are redefining investment, trade, and international cooperation. Distinguished colleagues, this notwithstanding, these global dynamics present tremendous opportunities, especially for Africa and Nigeria. The rise of innovative financing models, climate finance, sustainable agriculture, and most recently, green technologies hold enormous potentials for transforming Africa's economies while preserving our ecosystem. On innovations for sustainable development in Africa, it is no longer a luxury, it is now a necessity. It is pertinent to note that only yesterday in Nairobi, Kenya, 500 Global, which is one of the world's most active venture capital firms, and the United Nations Development Programme announced the launch of 3 joint founder programs to support the Pan-African innovation ecosystem. The programs are co-designed to support startups at every stage, from early to growth, by offering tailored accelerated programs appropriate to each startup's levels of maturity. Again, colleagues, across Africa, we are now seeing renewable energy breakthroughs, such as Nigeria's mini-grid revolution and Morocco's Nur Solar Complex. On health innovations, digital health platforms and telemedicine are improving access to healthcare in rural and underserved areas. On agri-technology solutions, drones and artificial intelligence-powered platforms are improving crop yields, reducing waste, as well as enhancing food security across the continent. Of course, fintech and mobile money are enhancing financial inclusion for the poor and vulnerable members of the society. Distinguished colleagues, but these innovations must be inclusive, context-sensitive, and scalable. They must work for Africa in line with Africa's Union Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, and in alignment with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development that leaves no one behind. Innovation without right policy, legal, and institutional support will not yield sustainable outcomes. And therefore, for example, in Nigeria, we have since 2016 integrated the relevant SDGs into the Economic Recovery and Growth Plan, ERGP, 2017 to 2020, the Energy Transition Plan of 2021, and the current medium-term National Development Plan 2021 to 2025. This, we believe, are steps in the right direction, but policy coherence across key sectors is crucial. Similarly, we need robust legal instruments to encourage sustainable investment, promote climate resilience, and protect the environment. For example, the Nigeria's Climate Change Act 2021 offers a coherent legal framework for promoting sustainable development in Nigeria through the lens of achieving SDG 13 on climate action, but it must be effectively enforced for optimal outcome. On institutional strengthening, our institutions must be empowered technically and financially to implement sustainable development strategies. We must build the organizational competence of our ministries, departments, and agencies to deliver on their core mandates. We must also encourage collaboration between government, development partners, civil society, the academia, and the private sector. We must equally invest in data systems for monitoring, evaluation, and learning. Distinguished colleagues, Nigeria had just presented its third voluntary national review on sustainable development at the annual ministerial segment of the United Nations High-Level Political Forum in New York, along with 36 other countries. We have learned significantly from this valuable review process. Thus, to make meaningful progress on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in Africa and in Nigeria in particular, we must collectively resolve to bridge the gap between policy and practice through active stakeholder engagement and accountability. We must nurture innovation ecosystem through education, research, and entrepreneurship. We need to empower women and youth who are the drivers of inclusive development and innovation. And we should intentionally leverage global partnerships, not as recipients, but as co-creators of durable solutions. Distinguished colleagues, in concluding this address, let our discussions at this summit be honest, bold, and action-oriented. We must move from commitment to results. The 2030 Agenda and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals are not just abstract targets. They are about real people, real societies, and real change. Let us use this summit in Ibadan not only to share experiences, but to co-create workable solutions that will drive Africa's sustainable development. Let us rise to the challenge with clarity of purpose and courage of action. I thank you very much for your kind attention, and I wish you all a productive summit. Thank you.
That's
This is right for I believe that now everything compared to personal feedback. Why I found that because I'm as I mentioned, so I'm looking for our last Excellency Princess no. Senior Special Assistant President on Sustainable Development Goals and former Governor of in a capacity as SSA President on SDGs to provide strategy directions, leadership, and coordination in the overall implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. She also represents Nigeria on issues related to SDGs at a low level. She is an accomplished public servant, administrator, special worker, social worker, and grassroots politician. The passion for the advancement of the rights of women, youth, and vulnerable persons. With over 30 years public service at the national and international level, she has contributed enormously to the development of the landscape of Nigeria through advocacy, social work, and development and management. Our passion and commitment to social development in Nigeria saw us in different capacities over years between 2011 to 2019. She served as deputy governor of Lagos, where she held as the honorable commissioner for women affairs and poverty alleviation. Prior to this, she was the commissioner for women affairs and poverty alleviation between 2003 and 2011. She co-sponsored the Child Rights Law and the domestic violence law in Lagos State. In 2007, she equally facilitated the establishment of 22 functional field applications for the unemployed young men and women and a 176 bed transit for victims of domestic violence and abuse. Princess Olympe Adekunle began her political career during the Fourth Republic, when she was elected as a member of the Lagos State House of Assembly January 1992 to November 1992 to represent Adekunle. By this, she became the first female lawmaker in Lagos. In 2005, she was appointed as an electoral Independent National Electoral Commission. The position she held in 2003, Princess Olympe has initiated and led the implementation of a non-strategic intervention between women and youth economic empowerment programs, modern child adults, construction design, of school, skills centers, among others. In the course of her career, she has received several awards locally and internationally, including the component honor of Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic, OFR, in 2022, as well as the National Productivity Order of Merit. Award in 2023. She's also a recipient of the United Nations SDGs Champions Award of Exceptional Leadership in the Implementation of the SDGs in Nigeria. She was awarded the International Public Servant of the Year Award in 2007 by Scottish Leaders. The UK is non-governmental organization and by the Lagos State Pension
Like the person here in she received the AC George Award in 2010 US as children protection and development. In 2018, she was awarded Achievement Honor by the in the recognition of our efforts as empowering and defending the rights of women, youth, and children. Similarly, the recognition of our contributions towards the attainment of ethnic rights in Nigeria. She was inducted as a member of the global membership platform of the Association of Business made in May 2006. She's also a recipient of the Guinness World Record for the most Guinness World Record for the most different reading aloud within with an adult at a single location. She achieved while reading four thousand 222 students in 2011. President Kudube holds an honorary Doctor of Arts in Poverty, Animation, and Technology Information from Lagos State University. She also holds a bachelor's degree, BSc, honors in Sociology, Diploma in Social Work. She's married to Abiodun Akimola Adekunle. I'm blessed. So, we'll receive more at the break level by student sector. Very right. When you reach that correct. Was that the question? My Dr. Bala, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Hello? Yes, can you hear me loud and clear? I'm here.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, if you have questions for Dr. Bala, please let us know.
I'm really struggling to hear you, but yes, I'm here.
Opportunities that are available here for you. You are keeping quiet now. That's what you do when you go to conferences. Things that will favor you now. Ask. You see some of the developments that of services
Did you get the question, sir?
Sorry, can you hear me loud? I could not hear anything. I just saw someone stand up and talk. I can't hear from here. I don't know if it's unique to me.
I think it's very brief. Thank you, Dr. Bala. Am I audible at your end, please? Hello, Doctor. Hello, Dr. Bala. Am I audible?
Yeah, it seems loud. It seems better now.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I said that we appreciate the good work the SAPMPD is doing concerning developments throughout the federation. My line of question, in short, is that given all the developments in social interventions and other sectors, what specifically is the SAPMPD office doing in the line of sustainability interventions in these parts of the country? What are the challenges they are facing and what are the opportunities for the solutions? Thank you so much.
Okay, I think I managed to get to understand the issues raised by colleague trying to understand what OSAP SDG is. That's the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President is doing to fast track sustainable development. And I hear that you in this part of the country. So I'm not sure whether you are referring to a particular geopolitical zone in Nigeria, but let me say what OSAP is doing across Nigeria. OSAP actually coordinates, has coordinating capacity. Let me say it is like a technocracy, the office itself within a bureaucracy, okay, with the mandate to coordinate. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay. So with the mandate to coordinate the overall implementation of the SDGs in Nigeria through the fourfold mandate of horizontal and vertical intergovernmental planning, representation, advocacy and partnership building, resource mobilization and management, and finally monitoring, evaluation and reporting. It's actually the MDAs, the ministries, department and agencies at the national and at the subnational level that are supported to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. For example, 3 to 4 of the SDGs fall within the mandate of the Federal Ministry of Environment. Okay, so most of the implementation across Nigeria's commitment to the Paris Agreement, the Conference of Parties, all of those are being implemented by the Ministry of Environment and its respective or relevant MDAs, like the National Council on Climate Change. So what this office does is basically to provide intellectual and technical leadership to the ministries, department, and agencies in their desire and drive to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. This office cannot take the responsibility of, for example, the Federal Ministry of Health. So Federal Ministry of Health must integrate SDG 3 on quality, health, and well-being, and some component of SDG 2 on nutrition as some component of SDG 6 on water, sanitation, and hygiene. So when we support the mainstreaming or integration of the SDGs, the 17 of them, into the medium-term development plan of Nigeria, that is what we are supporting. We are supporting mainstreaming so that the entire resources, both human and financial resources of Nigeria, are then supporting the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals through the implementation of the medium-term national development plan. We are supporting the 36 states and the FCT to do the same since we run a federal system, the states are independent. Of course, they develop their own medium and long-term development plans and policies. We support them technically and financially to develop medium and long-term SDG-based development plans so that the entire resources of the states are then funding the implementation of the SDGs. But then also on our own, as an interventionist office, we are, back to your question now, what are we doing? We are investing massively in areas that support proper service delivery. We are providing, we are building and constructing classroom blocks in areas that are underserved. We are constructing and equipping medical facilities of different grades and shades at the primary, secondary, and tertiary level. All of that trying to help fast track the achievement of the SDGs. We are providing skills acquisition centers in partnership with the states, and we are working around the clock. And I will share through this platform, or I will send it. We just concluded the Nigeria Start Voluntary National Review that was done in a whole of society approach. And the SDSN Nigeria was actively involved in this process. And I would like that we kindly share the electronic version of Nigeria Start Voluntary National Review that was just presented last month at the High Level Political Forum. So you will see the issues, challenges across, the 6 geopolitical zones, and even key recommendations to fast track the achievement of the SDGs. And I hope this has, in a way, responded to your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Allah, for the presentation. I'd like to ask 2 questions that from collaboration. I know this is not the first time that the OSTAF office will be participating in our annual conference or summit. I would like to ask for a more sustainable partnership, such that we have you as part of our organizers for the summit every year. So this is a request from us, so that it's not something that is hard or something that is sustainable as we all advocate for sustainability. The second thing is about internship for our students. At this center, we train masters and PhD students, and they are supposed to be on internship for a minimum of 3 months. Most of the time, they express interest in what you do in your office. We want to have a way of probably have a slot or 2 for us every year, since we have students who will be willing to serve us. And it can be very helpful to you in many ways in developing reports and facilitating some of the events that you undertake. Those are perspectives.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me loud and clear? Just double check it.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think we have partnered with the Ibadan Sustainable Development Summit for a very long time, and it is part of that commitment that we are even here. We have a structured partnership and collaboration with the Sustainable Development Solution Network, and I think your request would not be far from this partnership, and we are happy to take it up. And on the internship, I don't think we will have a problem. We work through the bureaucracy. So once you have them and you're happy to write us, and I'm sure it's something that the senior special assistant to the president will consider. But as for the partnership with the ISDS, I think we have come a long way. It can only be strengthened. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bala. Anybody else? Any question for Dr. Bala? Okay. The last. Thank you very much. My questions are in twofold. First one has to do with the Great Green Wall. I know that the office of the special advisor to the president has a lot of work and coordination with regards to sustainable development. But I want to also find out, because I know there's a commission that is charged with this, with the responsibility of the Great Green Wall as affects Nigeria. What is the input of the Office of Special Advisor on this aspect? Because we've seen a lot of money voted in that area, and not really much is seen in terms of results. And this is the thing that speaks to the very core of sustainable development and environment. My second question has to do with manpower development. How do we ensure that the manpower that is developed by institutions like where we are today, SESDEF, and other institutions are incorporated into government agencies where their expertise are needed? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. The question on the Great Green Wall Agency, there's an agency of government with the mandate to advance Nigeria's agenda around that initiative, and it is directly under the Federal Ministry of Environment. Of course, like you know, what we have is the interministerial coordination across all the ministries, departments, and agencies. We have SDG desk officers, okay? And so for the Federal Ministry of Environment, and these are officers at the directorate level, and we coordinate interministerial committee through this office, quarterly meeting. We get updates from the SDG desk officers across the MDS, and what we are getting fits in neatly into the national SDG coordination and also the narrative. For example, like we just finished, like I said, the third voluntary national review. Inputs have come all across the MDS, both at the national and at the subnational level through the states coordination mechanism. So I will advise that you, for the specifics and in terms of what they do with their co-mandate, you reach out to the agency, and I'm sure you will get the details of all the key activities that they are doing and addressing the issues of concern that you've raised. The second question is, how do we, I was struggling to hear your last lap of the second question, but you're talking about how do we ensure the input of key stakeholders are integrated into the work of the relevant ministries, departments, and agencies. And you cited an example of probably the center and also other academic institutions, how you can get embedded. On our own part, on the coordination side, we made sure that national reviews, whether we are doing the progress reports, whether we are doing voluntary national reviews, we bring in all the key segments of the society. For example, Sustainable Development Solution Network represented the academia and the scientific community in the just concluded voluntary national review. They were responsible for mobilizing the input and participation of all the key actors within the academia and the scientific community in Nigeria and contributed to the report. So at the coordination level, we do that. But at the agency level, I will recommend and encourage you to deal directly with all the relevant ministries, departments, and agencies, and find home and ensure that your contributions and inputs are regarded in policies and program implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this brings us to the end of this session. So we'll proceed for our tea break and converge by 12 for the second keynote address. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you are going to be praying for the next decade, take care of the person. You are not lying. How can I take care of the person? I don't want to pray. table, the chair of the session, Professor Adini Kariari. Please a warm round of applause for her. The keynote address will be delivered by our resource person. And that's no less the person than Professor Paula Olusoya. It's around one of our most popular questions. This can we give it round of yes. May I kindly request that he stands while reciting? Sir. Thank you, sir. Professor Anthony Paula is a professor of environmental sustainability in the Environmental Education Department, College of Education, Washington State University. He was the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academic Research, Innovation and Partnerships at the University between February 14, 2020 and February 13, 2024. His higher education at Lagos State University, University of Ibadan, and University of Toronto, where he obtained his bachelor's, master's, and PhD respectively. His PhD specialized in environmental sustainability. He has authored one book and co-edited 3 others with colleagues. He has been published, well published, in many academic journals and has contributed to books and conference proceedings. He currently serves on the boards of many peer-reviewed journals and has peer-reviewed for several other academic journals. He has been the director of Intercampus and Public Affairs at Washington State University between 2017 to 2020. Active provost of Dean College of Education with the Campus University 2017, acting dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences 2014 to 2015, acting dean of students 2015 and 2012 and 2015 respectively. The vice dean student affairs 2010 to 2012. He was a member of the Appointments and Promotion Committee between 2014 to 2024. A member of the Washington State University Government Council between 2017 and 2024. He has also been a member of the University Senate Management and several university statutory committees and boards since 2012. Additionally, he is a member of various professional organizations, including the Teachers Registration Council of Nigeria, the Association of Nigerian Geographers, the Association for Environmental Studies and Sciences, the North American Association for Research in Science Teaching, the Canadian Society for the Study of Education, the North American Education Research Association, Environmental Studies Association of Canada, and Canadian Society for the Study of Higher Education, as well as the Nigerian Environmental Society. He is a senior associate expert at the African Policy Group and the Center for Human Security and Development. Additionally, he holds a non-executive position as Deputy Director at the UNESCO Institute for African Culture and International Understanding. In 2013, he was a principal at the Center for Environmental Philosophy, University of North Texas. He is currently a fellow at the Institute of Global Sustainable Development, Cross Faculty of Studies, University of Warwick, United Kingdom. He is a fellow of the African Secular Economic Research and Policy Network. Distinguished audience, I present to you Professor Anthony Paula.
Good afternoon. The director, my brother, the director, says, Professor Jim, chairman of the session, Professor Adeleke Ayade, shouldn't miss the Ayade because a friend of mine is Ayade, so I won't follow this. Chairman LOC, who still holds the key until I finish the address, until I finish. I will. So then I'll give him the key. The representative of the ISDS, my brother that I met when he was a minister, and I saw again when he's now a doctor of philosophy. I won't say PhD, I won't say doctor of philosophy. That differentiates those of us in the knowledge production line and those who want first degree. To give people injection. We are not the same doctors. So, distinguished colleagues, I'm a native of CESDEF, you may want to know. I've been part of CESDEF in the last 13 years. Though I didn't hold a teaching position, but I've always participated in CESDEF conference, except last year. Well, because I was outside the country on leave. It gives me joy to be here today. That was why when I was called upon by the pioneer director, somebody called him former director, and I mused to myself, it's not former, it's the pioneer director, Professor Labode Abdulhafiz Popola. It deserves an applause. He's the leader of sustainable development that we all know in Nigeria, and he has refused to drop the flag. So he's still holding the flag. We keep on following and running after him until he decides to drop the flag. But he's been passing batons. After him, he passed the baton on to Professor Wale Olaniyan. Larry Olaniyan, yes, who is now the Vice Chancellor of Ibadan University in Oyo. And now, from that to the baton is with Professor Jimo. So I won't be able to say where the baton will go next. It could be to me. I'm not of you. They appoint directors from diaspora. Maybe I will come from Union and then visiting director. So it's a pleasure being here. And for me, in this talking knowledge business, I feel at home. Nobody has told me the time. I can talk till tomorrow. Because I also am aware that if you are a keynote presenter, nobody tells you your time is up. I know the rule. So when they show me paper, I will ignore. But I will do my best to stay within a few slides that I have. This year's conference is not just time. It's coming at the time that, one, Africa need to shape up. And how do we shape up? It's not just by doing the same old things. So CESDEF, as usual, is leading again. Not just talking about regular issues that we know, or say health, this, that. I mean, CESDEF is saying, look, let us begin to talk about the global dynamics and innovation for sustainable development in Africa, because that's where the world is going now. And thank God that CESDEF has decided to do this year. It also points that, look, we're at a point in time in our history that there are a lot of shifts in the world. Global dynamics are shifting. Our rearrangement are happening. The regular friends of yesterday are no more friends today. Those who were enemies yesterday are becoming new friends. And these are the trends that we keep seeing. What do I mean by this? US has parted ways with EU when it comes to some issues on the issue of tariff. Those are friends of yesterday, but they are no more friends today. Even the closest country to US, Mexico and Canada, are seeing hell. They have to move towards Europe. Those are realignments. In the case of Africa, where do we go? We're still grappling. This is one of the reasons why the theme of this conference is very timely. For me, it's not just timely. It's more like a battle cry. As usual, that Africa needs to wake up. wake up from his sleep, not slumber anymore. If you are slumbering, it means that you went for momentarily 5-10 minutes, you wake up. But this one we have slept. But thank God, like what Yoruba say, apologies to those who can't speak Yoruba. But if you can't, you follow. So we have Sasun Paratele, now we are waking up. Like people will say, put up at Soji or Afe Soji. Don't mind me, I do this a lot because I'm a proud African, a proud Yoruba man, and incurable as that. So I don't want to lose my language completely when I do presentation. Don't also forget that we're in the age of indigenous knowledge. Everybody has to protect what they have. So if others are doing, permit me to do. If I had my way, I would have done this presentation in Yoruba, and I can't. By all means, you just read my distance, my PowerPoint. But today is not the day to do that trial. For me, I decided, that there are some issues that we'll see that will propel us that we're facing crisis. It's not just economic. Climate change has become the topical problem everybody is dealing with. In the beginning, when it started, we were talking about environmental management. At the point we were saying, oh, this is that, that is this. But now, we're now saying sustainable development. Beyond that, okay, sustainable development will happen, but there will be a major crisis or major issue that will prevent it from happening. What is that issue? Climate change. And probably that was why those who thought it fit back in 1987 when they were talking about the World Conference of Environment and Development, which was basically talking about economics and development, not talking about the environment. But look, how do we manage our development going forward? Back in 1987. But by 2015, we had moved and progressed to the extent everybody began to feel we all need to be part of this. And when the idea of sustainable development came, some people came up and said, look, this is just a cliche, an oxymoron. It means nothing. You can't have sustainable development in the face of this global economic development that we have, that you need to reshape it, that environment must be part of, which is why, as we have today, you can then be talking, okay, yeah, we're not looking at holistically the whole picture, environment, sustainability. That becomes an issue. But then, so you can't just move away to that. Another stopgap to bring everybody together, what leaders shift? The shift is what led to 2015 arrangement after the failure of the MDGs, which were imported solutions that failed in the global south. I don't use third world, permit me, in the global south. So when it failed, particularly in Africa, everybody thought, okay, let's do another thing. The solution that might help is 17 SDGs. And the 17 SDGs, 169 targets, still on. But then you ask ourselves, where is Africa in this whole game? How far have we gone? This is why this conference or this summit this year is very timely. And to help understand the problem, Mohammed, the chairman of African Union as of 2015 when the Agenda 2063 was being adopted, he said, climate change is an existential threat to African communities, ecosystem and economics, to the extent that it has started eroding the developmental gains that Africa has experienced, including the prosperity and aspiration that is being projected in Agenda 2063. How many years to 2063? 38 years. 5 years to the end of sustainable development. So if we are not worried now, it means there's a problem. But thank God SESDEP is worried, projecting the leadership on this idea. Kenyatta, Uhuru Kenyatta, president of Kenya, in 2015 also said, look, it's beyond just an existential threat. It's already severely impacting Africa. And that our economies, in the sense that our economy in Africa depend heavily and largely on climate-sensitive sectors. What are they? Agriculture, majorly. If everything collapses on our agriculture, Africa is gone under completely.
So it's on this basis that as we reflect on the SDG, SDF, SDG goal and the World Agenda 2063 map, that I then ask myself, how can we leverage our assets, elevate our use, and embrace innovation to shape a future rooted in equity, resilience, and dignity? In that spirit, I came to the conclusion that, okay, the title of my address will be what you saw on the front page: Catalyzing Africa's Green Breakthrough, Youth Leadership, Smart Technologies, and Transformative Policies in a Shifting Global Order. The last shift in the global order, you will recall, I think was in 1990 when Soviet Union collapsed. And we said we moved to a unipolar world. And very interesting, this is just about 35 years after that. We are talking of a shifting global order already. And maybe almost 200 or 200 plus years after Industrial Revolution, we are now talking of even fourth Industrial Revolution. If we miss part of the first one, we miss second. We miss the third. Should we miss the fourth? This is why I want to talk on this area. The first will be, after laying that basis, let me now go on. You will see from the diagram on the third slide, key risk facing Africa. Third slide. Yeah. It's increasing global warming. You can't have climate change without global warming. And it's not just Africa. That's the irony of every part of the world is experiencing, but every other part of the world has solutions to attend to this. But our country, unfortunately, our continent, unfortunately, is still like a baby. And look at the expense of the crisis we are facing: biodiversity loss and ecosystem destruction, mortality and morbidity from heat and infectious diseases, reduced food production from crops, fishery, and livestock. Recently, I read something about a week ago or two that we're talking about failure of ginger product, or ginger as a cash product, that the country government had to put up, I think, 1.9 billion to help the farmers. When I read the news, I was like, oh, thank God, government at least is helping farmers. Because we used to be, in Nigeria, not Africa now, #1 ginger producing country. And it was a bad year last year. And the trend was not just last year, it's been coming on over the years. And this is the result of climate change. We may be just where we pay the farmers, country to country. You may come up with ideas, but the issue should be seen from a global perspective, or from a broader angle, which is climate change. We also have the level of impact risk. Mostly in Africa, it's high. Out of some other areas that are low. Then the confidence level for transition is also low, in the sense that what do we have to make this happen? So within the global challenges, we are racing now towards 2063, 36 years. I'm not talking about SDG. I mean, I tell people SDG, it's too late for us now to be talking about sustainable development that will end in 5 years. Maybe that will be sustainable development 2.0. Most likely. This probably won't end like the MDGs, because I don't think Africa has achieved half of the 17 goals. So if we have not achieved half of the 17 goals, it means the world must listen to Africa. But how would the world listen to Africa? We will get to that point. And also realize that we are at a time in the world where we are facing polycrisis. Polycrisis means that, look, crises that are happening from various angles. You know, like what you back us in Mariotte. As you kill one, another one rises. But that is if you kill one or address one. In our case, everyone is coming at us from different angles, all at the same time. Climate change, economic instability, geopolitical shift. If you miss shift in the global agenda, you'll be the loser. Yesterday, the president, I saw a news, one of the clips, the president was in Brazil over the weekend, probably I think it's in Japan now, to sign an agreement with the president of Brazil, Bolsonaro. What was it? Agriculture. There's nothing, we're not talking about oil again. Everybody is going back to the olden days, agriculture. Assuring Brazil that we will give you enough export from our place, but we also need your expertise in terms of science and R&D to support us. They signed it. It's a quiet agreement. Let's see how far we can go with that. Then, don't forget, as we face all this problem in Africa, it's happening in Nigeria, it's happening all over everywhere. Our contribution to this global warming thing is just less than 4%. So if you contribute less, and then you are the one at the bottom of the problem, you then ask yourself, where did I go wrong? As the God forsaking me, I ask the question, if Africa has not contributed, has not done anything bad, why is God so much against us? We were the one over 600 years ago, carted away in slavery. We had don't forget, we have our centuries, we had our own millennia that we ruled the world. But for 650 years plus, we've been at the bottom of the world. Slavery, war, pillage, and everything, stealing of our resources, and we're still there today. So how do we get out of this? Now, we're saying this is it. Let me also tell you, Africa is the only best place in the world today. I'm not one of those who will tell you that, those stupid optimists. I will say there's no place like Africa in the world. As we have today, there are better places. But in times of natural resources, climate environment, Africa is like the biblical garden of Eden. Unpolluted as much, undegraded as much, and unabused so much. But as we are boasting about this, we should also note that there are already attacks on us. Attacks is not coming from climate change again. We are beginning to sell our land resources ahead to people who can't farm in their country to come and farm in Africa. And what would that lead to? Extensive deforestation. So that means that at the end of the day, don't say I said on August 19, 2025 that Africa did not contribute that. I said contributing less than 4%. And you now read 10 years time that we are contributing 80%. It's not before this paper, it's after. Because Qatar, yeah. Qatar that do not talk where Nigeria talk, has got expanse of land in Africa. Kuwait, but China is acquiring on daily basis in a land-grabbing manner. Even US, everybody is coming to purchase land. Our leaders, unfortunately, are just selling. Why? Because we only think about today. And today is an economic liberation or a move to be part of the world. That's why I said if you are not careful in the shifting global order, you might mistake and you jump the wrong route. But you know, it is not every time that the guest or the visitor comes to your house and wish you well. But we still feel, after 650 years, that whenever we see a Caucasian person, a near Caucasian person, that they meant well in whatever gap they take. So the risk to Africa, from now, even till then, when it eventually manifests, droughts, desertification that we've never seen will happen at a greater scale. Let me also take you back quickly, millennia back. What you see as Sahara Desert today was a green, lush vegetation area. It was reckless agricultural practice of our forebearers within that region that led to Sahara Desert formation. It's not God. God did not create desert in Africa. We had the best weather. Then, consequence. countries like Canada, Finland, all of them that boast of high, massive level of ice. Warming there is terrible. In the last 3 weeks, the government of Canada has been issuing weather alerts, like heat alerts, telling people stay indoors, don't go out. If you must go out and you don't have air conditioners in your house, go to the mall. Or you see government tankers on the streets providing water cooler so that people can come out of their house. If your house is too hot, run water on your body, go back inside. That's how bad it is. In Canada, where weather used to be, or even as of now, some areas is still minus 50 in winter, and you are having plus 40 degrees centigrade, even hotter than Nigeria at the moment. And it's happening like that. And that's why you hear of forest fires. Akelo Shemi Osinbel is not witch or wizard that is doing me. Once, because the forest there has a lot of forage, dry ones. Once it gets too much, it lights itself up. And you can quench fire that Anthony Kola has put on. You can't quench fire that nature put on. Once it starts to burn, let it burn.
If you don't let
It will continue. I mean, you saw what happened in Palisades last year in Los Angeles. Even the rich, they didn't just cry. The rich wept. They watched their houses built with millions burn down to ashes. A woman went out of her house to pick her dog. And by the time she turned around, her house was on fire. And she was just wearing pajamas. A movie star. The only thing was run for your life. Even the ground was burning. So, do we want to get to that kind of level? We're not careful. We will. Food insecurity is a problem. Now people will talk about, oh, we don't want GMO foods. Well, I don't want to join the GMO argument because it's a moral equity issue. If you are torn between the devil and the Red Sea, choose malnutrition and hunger, or eat GMO food and die quick. Make your choice. Poverty is facing us in Africa, or we are facing it, or we have become twins with poverty. Health crisis is still a big issue in Africa. Infrastructural damage is also a big issue. Infrastructural damage as a result of climate change. I do not mean human negligence. Climate change. So these are the risks that Africa is facing. Then I'll say, amidst this all, I'm not a doomsday preacher. I'm a follower of this guy. I think his name is Johnson. His name is now something on Latunde or Ifatunde. He's an American who queries the Christian God that tells him that apologies to Christians here, that says, look, or preachers that say, look, when you die, you go to heaven. And he said, no, the Chinese, the white people, the Arabs, they have their own heaven here on earth. Why should black men go die forced to experience his own heaven? That we should have our heaven here. If we are going to have the heaven here, then it means we must rise up. Despite all our challenges, Africa has an advantage. When I was listening to the Vice Chancellor and Dr. Yaya, I was like, did they snip into my laptop? Because my laptop has been giving me a hell of problems since last Saturday. I never experienced laptop issues. I had to be walking from iPad back to laptop. My laptop would crash. I would run again. So I was just doing that. I said, why these people the one attacking me? I'm an African. When you see things happen, you begin to suspect. Also, when you want to talk about something and you're already hearing it from people, I say, okay. Then I look at the VC. This one doesn't look like a wizard. No, it can't be. When I saw Dr. Balatu, I said, this man, a gentleman. Maybe coincidence. because of the timeliness of the issue and the weightiness of the crisis. Maybe that's why we're all speaking from the same angle. All preachers, irrespective of faith, will always talk about heaven. That one is, so maybe heaven is what we're all talking about. What do we have? African youthful population. And some data will tell you we have 60% of African youth under 25. That is when you put the youth definition to head at 25 years old. But some other people will tell you youth definition moves up to about 30-year-old. And Africa has 70% in the world today. And it's just a matter of time. You know, like we boast at one point in time when I was in secondary school, I thought when you see 4 black people on the street walking, one of them is a Nigerian. That fact has been proven irrefutably. It's almost becoming 2 out of every 4 are Nigerians now. Because we are becoming like, if you get any country, any corner of the world, and you don't see a Nigerian, move out. Why do they say that? Because we are the representation of Africa, highly resilient. We know how to suffer. And survive. But you see, why? Because we've seen him in Nigeria already. That by the time you will see hell there, you say, this is hell. So you just feel at home that when people start complaining, oh, this is the you've not seen anything. Go to Nigeria. You know, is it 010 that you experience? You know, when young guys on social media today begin to make big deal about their problem. Director, is their problem different from our own?
Same problem. The approach that.
Thank you. We didn't have social media to talk about our own. Some of us 000 to go through school. Some 001. If you are the very lucky one, 101, and you be the fattest among the multitude. If I have a picture, if I knew I was going to point to this, I would have brought a picture of mine when I was in university. Each time I look at the picture, I show my son and my children. They say, ah, were you sick? I said, no, I was not sick. They're like, you know, the baby of the house will say, that's your picture. Each time, that's your picture. I said, which of them? The one you were sick, you took when you were in university. You said you were not sick. Are you sure? I said, yes, I was sure. He said, you didn't have to see a doctor. I said, no. Why did you look that haggard? Because I was a picture of the state of the nation at that time. The face of Nigerian suffering. And many are like me. If we ask the director to bring his picture out, don't ask him if he wants you to school. Don't ask him. And I'm not going to join you to ask him. You'll be shocked. We all came from very tight beginning. But we can wear shoes now like Jonathan. Then also, I pointed to this also. Vast uncultivated land. Africa is blessed. Very huge. If you want to test it, just move between Ibadan and Gongon. Don't look at the churches or big places. Because even those are not cultivated. See natural pristine forests. Go towards Ondo, pass through that, going towards Del Edo, you see natural pristine forests. And that is how it's been all over Africa. Why? Unfortunately, when we could have been doing what the damage the rest of the world did to the environment, we were lucky. We didn't have that capability to do that damage, other than use cutlass and hoe. You know, and how much land can you cultivate cutlass and hoe? By the time you want to cultivate 100 acres, your back is gone. You are moving near grade. So that we are lucky. Potential for renewable energy is with us. You know, there was this advert, I think when Buhari and they are more to power. I say, Andrew, don't get out. Andrew no leave, oh, Nigeria go better. Andrew is dead now. The real Andrew is dead. Through his life, Nigeria no better. But you know, he was at the airport. Somebody saw him at the airport carrying his bag. He said, that was the NTR bag. He said, Andrew, where are you going? He said, I'm checking out, man. I'm tired of no light, no water, no hospital. You know, the guy said, wait, Andrew, don't go. That was 1984, 85. I said, look, sit down. Scratch ground small. Scratch ground small. Not the word. Scratch ground small. You will find oil. That was how blessed we were. And we are still up. So from the beautiful plains and forests of the south and the Sahara, I mean the savannah of the Middle Belt, as we move into the north, there are opportunities in Nigeria. That was Nigeria. And Nigeria is representative of Africa. So that is a lot. Now, what do you need? Is it solar energy? Even when the sun is not up. You know, there are days we've been having this day that sun is not coming up. Your solar will still charge if you have it. It charge. Why? Because we generate enough heat by just our environment. It's natural. That's not enough. When the sun goes down at night, the wind comes. No matter how slow, we have the wind vane. If we have wind vanes here, we'll still be moving. It doesn't need this power of rotor of the fan. It will move, it will generate. Those are renewable energy potential that we have. Then we have policies and instruments for justice and intergenerational sustainability. If there is no intergenerational sustainability, then there is a problem. Agenda 2063, the PC have talked about it already, so I won't waste too much time on it. Talked about the goals. The aim is a prosperous, inclusive Africa, so that if our brothers, Arab brothers in Egypt are developed and growing, we in this West Africa will also be growing, we experience growth. Also, our colleagues in the Eastern Africa will grow. Those in the Southern Africa and Central Africa will also experience growth. That's the target, so that we have even development across the spheres of the continent. Pathways forward. Now we're beginning to talk about hope, not just dooms. We need to localize SDGs. You know, I said MDG failed, the Millennium Development Goal. It failed because it was a goal built for us by the tiny people. Director is not wearing tie, thank God. The people that are wearing tie are infinitesimal in number, so don't be angry. By the tie wearing people who feel pompous and egoistic, that look, we have come up with a policy for them. This is the way it should go. And that policy alienates the local indigenous people. So that's why MDGs failed. SDG has somehow succeeded, but not in the angle that we expect. The reason being that we are slow learners. So, but when we catch up, we'll be fine. So we need to localize the sustainable development goals, which is already happening. If it's not localized, it says that we won't be having this summit in the last 16 years. Says them also gave back to an institute, that is the Global Affairs and Sustainable Development Institute at Osun State University. That one had its own 6th summit. I mean, that they call their own dialogue, not summit, this year. Those are the only 2 that I know in the whole of Africa. Only 2. Says there's need a clap. One thing that will impress you, when SDGs started championing sustainable development goals, even the US had no single institute or center for sustainable development goals. Until Jeffrey Sachs, who is a friend of SDGs, decided to set it up about 2 or 3 years ago. So even coming after Union Osun. So SDGs has given birth to 2 children. That's localizing. It was Thursday by there to say, look, when we're talking about this, we must not forget indigenous knowledge. How do we bring our indigenous people into this? 2012, I was part of a team that did a study somewhere towards the Iroko border. What we're trying to do was see what was going on with indigenous community. But I paired up the group. After we did our own data, then I went back again to talk to the farmers, smallholder farmers, if they even understood climate change at all, if they've heard of sustainable development goals at all. You know, by the time I finished, I went back again about 2015, 16. By the time I finished, I realized that God, God, capital one, G, is the same as Allah. It's the same as God. It's the same as Allah. It's the same as anything you can call it in other languages. Indigenous people have been experiencing this problem and they've been finding ways around it. So I then asked one of the old men, what did you observe over the years with your palm farm? And he said the yield dropped. And I said, why would the yield drop? Is it the land? He said, no, you don't plant palm every year. It's been there. He said, God, the organizer of the universe, has decided to be doing his things the way he wants. He said, do you know that, he was telling me, my son, do you know that rain is not as much as before? That we're having more sun. He said, that affects the palm production, the yield. I said, what is the business of sun and rain in the farm that you don't plant every year? The man said, you this planet, what you don't know is more than what you know. But I will tell you. Then he went on talking. And I began to say, have you ever heard of climate change? He said, what is that? So I explained the phenomenon to him. He said, all this that I'm talking about is the same thing. Meaning which they also feel it. Then I asked him, now that the yield has dropped, how did they measure yield? Maybe from one farm, they were able to get 1,000 pence. And over years, it has dropped to 100. It means the farming of farm is becoming less lucrative. And people will start leaving the villages. I said, well, how do we, the same solution we were talking about in the classroom, like we talk about in this summit, is the same solution Baba was talking about. And Baba has never been to school. Now, if we go to that Baba in our time, or say we are from World Bank or IMF, we start dishing out knowledge to them, asking like experts. And they will put their hand, their face or their head in their palm and watch us. When we finish, we give them rice. They will sneer at us. And we need and they will go home. We will go back to our agencies feeling we are achieved, but we've not. So the idea now is let's localize sustainable development. Let's connect. It's only when we connect with indigenous communities. My problem is your problem. We may be feeling in different ways, but it's shared problem. That way, we will survive. How has the indigenous people survived? Over centuries. I do not mean indigenous in Africa alone. Indigenous in North America. How did they survive against the weather? The Eskimo will build their house with snow on a snow land, but yet they don't have heater. But they have an architecture that deals with how to control the wind and the coldness. They build their house big at the back. The entrance, they have to crawl or they can't bend inside. What's that technology? The idea to them is to prevent too much cold coming in. So they reduce the entrance. I said, but if you reduce the entrance, what about the lift? They now light a small lamp in that evening. That is enough. Then I have friends who are indigenous Canadians and Americans. I've been privileged. I've been able to visit them. And the winter time is 24 hours darkness. And they said once we put that candle, I mean the native lamp, like our own fitila, it's enough to warm up an evening. Because the wind coming in is normal. It wasn't architecture that we learned in school that taught them that. That's indigenous resilience. When our forefathers tried to build house with mud, the mud house that we are snaring and tearing out today as too primitive and thatch roof. Those are indigenous approaches to deal with climatic changes and heat. They don't have air condition, no fan, no AC. So what would they do? They build a house with mud because mud house conserves heat and controls it. With the thatch roof, the little that goes in can quickly get out. So that by night, the house is cool enough to sleep. Did we teach them? I drank in a heating pot. We had it when I was growing up in our house in Ibadan here. Just put it in one corner. Get there any time of the day, anytime, even when the sun is at the highest. Put your cup, take your water, it's cold. There was no freezer, there was no fridge. All of us that are addicted to, I cannot do without drinking free ice cold water. I lie, you can do without it. But development has pushed us to that. Those are indigenous ways of addressing this issue. Resilience. Then we also need to strengthen governance and sustainability. How do we strengthen governance? Policies need to come. As we do now, I was talking with the director of the Deputy Director General of Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies, in Kuru, Jos, Professor Yamoto, who was here, a product of UI. UI produced great people. I'm partially in UI, but I got one of my degrees from there. I'm privileged, you know. People say if you have never gone to UI, you didn't go to school. I'm proud. Don't mind those nice makers in Obafemi Awolowo. Oh, great if you are here. I'm also from Ife because I live close to Ife. So that's it. You know, it's I'm asking, what do you do? That's the first time I'm getting a close shot with somebody at that level of institute. What do they do at these NIPS? And he said, here is where we turn research ideas to policy documents. Ours in the university is just to go to the field, collect our data, report our studies, we publish it. And some people will say, oh, professors or academics don't put their research available. It is not our job to turn it to policy documents. It's another job of some people in the government. That is where governance needs to be strengthened so that researches that we do in the institutions can get transformed into government policies and then can transform into better governance for the people. But that's not enough. Where we vote money, we also must be accountable. So that is very important. Another part is harnessing our youth. The VC mentioned through education. I say probably when I was doing my PhD in Toronto, University of Toronto, not Toronto of that guy that forged certificates. And then he claimed he attended Toronto to get a diploma, but he was never enrolled there. But I was enrolled. So, and I'm proud to say I'm a Torontonian. You know, we call it U of T. U of T, U of Toronto. And there's no better school outside the country. People are talking in the globe. But in Nigeria, I have class to my alma mater, then our union where I work, so that they keep on paying my salary. But, you know, there, what they do out there is not different from what we do. We just train people here. We train people believing that whoever we train will get out there anymore. But what was different between us and them? I mean, them is the Western world. and us is that they can back their talk with action. When they say we want to educate 1,000 youths, they do it. And we see results. When we say we want to educate the same 1,000 youths, we do it, but you will not see results. Why? Because if a billion naira was voted, before it leaves the first point of approval, that billion naira will reduce to 500 million. Half is gone. By the time it leaves that level of 500 million to move to the next stage, half is also gone. 1 billion will become 250 million. We have not even gone to the youth at all. Then, when you push it to the state, the same problem that the 1 billion fix will happen. At the end of the day, maybe it's 100,000 naira that will be provided to train the youth. And what do? You bring one person, after 5 million, you come, give him 25,000 out of the 100,000. We call Mama and the caterer taking care of lunch. Madam, you take away for them. The reason why they give you take away is that if you sit too long, you complain the rice is not enough. So they put a very little rice in the paper foil and they give it to you. So immediately they will then ask you need to keep talking for hours. You become so hungry that the only thing in your mind, you that you came to the trade, is just to eat. And by the time they give you the food, you say, Shaitan, are we not done? Let's be going on now. So you won't see results here. You can see the problem with it. Corruption, lack of accountability. Yeah, if it's 1,000, it's 1,000. So we need to change our approach to youth engagement, to youth entrepreneurship training. You know, I'm one of those who criticize this degree, BSc entrepreneurship, and I still maintain my ground. If anybody has that degree here, apologies. My school runs the degree. But I've asked, what do we teach them? We teach them how to do so. We teach them how to be cobblers. We teach them how to sew clothes. Those still, they will then tell you entrepreneurship is about handwork. By virtue of my position, I took up the department of entrepreneurship. I said, look, when your students are going for IT, the reason I took them up was because they brought a paper, they wanted to start charging money to students. And I said, why would you charge money? I thought we collected this money as part of tuition. By the way, institution pay university. If you want to pay tuition, stay in UI. Take your children to UI. But if you want to pay tuition, come to university. LATEC has joined. University fire has catch up with the world. We run a realistic university. If you don't have money, it will be difficult to train. But that's university. So when they brought this idea that they want to charge about 30,000 or so, I said 30,000. After we said no, you won't charge any. Even students we collect this centrally, like UI does in those old days, and then we remit to associations and the student union based on numbers, percentage of it. I thought you get this amount of money. They said yes, but guys, you see, our people that go to check them. I said, the last time I checked, the university approves money for this transport. I said yes. So why do you want to charge them again? That was when I said, look, come. Where do they even do this? Their IT. Then the HOD said, sir, came with this thing. And the HOD said, sir, and you see, some of them said they love mechanics. So we send them to Baba, the mechanic. Said, Then the other one said, one woman sells food. You know, they started talking about people who are. I said, so if I send my school to you, my children to you, to study entrepreneurship, this is the experience you are giving them. I said, you see the problem now. Even you in this program, who are teachers, do not know the issues. And that is the way we address problems. It was that year, thank God, we were able to know how they were running. I was saying, no, this is not the way. You can't send a person that was sent to university to go and learn, to use his brain, to now send it to go and learn and work. That's not the concept of entrepreneurship. That's the misplacement and misunderstanding of that concept that we have in this country. With that need to be addressed. Civic participation. Thank God, our youth these days, they're forming all kinds of groups to get involved. But are these groups enough, even in their approach? Many are just like doing stuff to drive what they call it, traffic on their social media handles to make money from whatever. That is not civic engagement. In those days, society engages the youth in many ways. So maybe we have left the youth. Africa needs to begin to look back on the youth so that we don't take too much of examples from the Western world. Another side is regional cooperation. Recently, as far back as 22 months now, there's been this debate. Why can't Africa just, it's been going on for years, but this year it's getting intense. Why can't we just have one continent that is a country? United States of Africa. We may not be able to. We have too many different fathers. The Portuguese are here. The English are here. The French are here. The Arabs are here. The Germans are here. The Dutch are here. The Chinese now come. The French are here. And how do you now manage these different warlords who has made us village champions? So we cannot agree with ourselves to now come under one continent and say we are one country. It will interest you that a flight from Nigeria to Ghana is more costly. It will be, let's say, 50 times more costly than a flight from Frankfurt, Portsmouth, to what's the capital of Denmark? To Denmark. Copenhagen. I saw it. I was flying away from Nigeria through that side. I was going to Sweden. And I asked the guy beside me, how much do you pay? Less than 60 euros. To move from Frankfurt in Germany. That's an international flight. He actually lives in Sweden. He goes to work every morning in Frankfurt. If I work in Accra and I live in Lagos, my life is finished. If the customs handle me at Seme border, the same laptop that I took and they saw yesterday, they will check it again today and ask me for receipt. Immigration, they will make a mincemeat out of me. That I will then look. It's not better to go and live in Accra than be coming every day. That is how disconnected Africa has been. Yes, we have been, AFDB is now rich. It's trying to get galvanized development. Thank God for our brother, Dr. Additional, who has done a huge job of increasing the fortune of AFDB. And also a present bank. Now Africa now saying, look, we can help our countries to develop. We don't have to begin to look at World Bank. And many countries in Africa now take loan from AFDB, from a present bank. But you see, if we don't strengthen regional cooperation, Africa will not go anywhere. This is very important. That means that this AFCTA, AFDB, Afrexim Bank, they have to be the one driving regional cooperation. That is, people of ECOWAS must cooperate with people of North Africa. Unfortunately, the North Africans are already affiliated to the Middle East. They tell you we are part of MENA, Middle East and North Africa. If we can get them back, then it becomes like, okay, they don't have to look towards Arab to make money or get other facilities. They can get it from within. Then we can foster an agreement with them. People in Central Africa are suspicious of us in West Africa. Because even in West Africa, yes, we are suspicious of ourselves. You see? So we sit down every conference, every year. We speak what I was called Dogo Trenching. When we put the microphone in, the speakers to the air, we change the language. As you are speaking, if I'm English, I will tell the stupid Frenchman, echoing the Paris agreement. He doesn't know anything. When I start to speak my own, It's a stupid Englishman, echoing the British and American idea. He knows nothing. So we just pretend. So there's a need for a stronger regional collaboration. At the bottom of it, those Africans are there now who are saying, look, whether you are in Namibia, whether you are South Africa, don't forget those racists. There are black racists as there are white racists. Don't mind the black racists in South Africa today, the failures who can't blend in an independent or grow in an independent society. We have them in Nigeria. Those who are setting Igbos against Yoruba, Yoruba against Igbos, Hausa against Yoruba, Yoruba against Hausa, and saying, look, the Igbos are buying up our Yoruba land. And somebody told me a proverb, and Abiola also corroborated it. He said, if you have a well water in your house, and a well in your house, and the water is always there, and it's clean, he said there's a problem with you. But if you have well water, and the well is always going down daily, then you are blessed. Because the well regenerates faster. So if foreigners come here into Southwest and they are thriving, why do we fight? Just like Americans today, you say, oh, Americans say we are land of the free, the global land, they call it the dream country. They didn't call themselves dream country for nothing, because they knew they want to take advantage of the best of the world. So let's put aside all those people that are doing all those racial nonsense in Africa. Let's embrace our youth. And these youths, let them take leadership. Don't forget our demographic advantage. It's also a dividend. Let's wield it. If your father has 100 sons, and my father has 5 sons, when your father comes out, you know that your father is already a crowd. Me, my father would need to hire a crowd because we're just. Don't get me wrong. So doing this, we can unlock the youth potential. Then what do we then do? Not that kind of our own 500 billion. We need to mentor our youth. One thing that is missing today is mentorship. Perhaps because people don't want to learn from anybody, or that people who are supposed to mentor have abdicated their responsibility. Because how would you not? if the person you want to your mentee is already on the digital devices, and you are still using rotor telephone, you can't mentor that person. You only be telling the person of the good old days. And the good old days is actually not good. There were days were still a little bit limited. And you can't talk just by talking. You have to talk with context. So that's important. Green finance, that's where the world is now. During my graduate class, I took a course, environmental finance. Just the title made me to take that course. It was a master's degree class course. I just saw it at the Institute of Environmental Studies. I said, this course would be nice. So I went to the class. And the guy was teaching us. Once you teach in the university in the US, you're a professor. The guy works in the financial capital district of Toronto, in the downtown. The guy is now on the Wall Street in the US. And when he started talking about it, that was when I started realizing that look, there's actually money in environmental management. And he went on to say, look, what they do is that they go to companies or even invest, they go to companies, they go to shareholder meetings, educate them that look, if you put your money in this kind of stock, you will make money later. You will not make now. That's like posting your dividend to the future. That's environmental finance. So, but now climate change has taught us that look, there's also climate finance. There's green finance. So we need to create innovation hubs. Many young people from Nigeria, from Ghana, South Africa, everywhere they are returning back to Africa because Africa has one thing. That is the major goal that is that is still needed. If you have an idea, we are still there. UK, Canada, Europe. If your idea has come back home, there are already people here. You will try. That is it. But if you want to make momentary money, stay out there in Europe or US, and things might be tough. Last 2 weeks, or was it last week, I saw a clip of some Nigerians that are making drones. I think the headquarters is just outside of Abuja. You saw it. They already signed a $16 million contract to supply drones to including Russia and Ukraine that are fighting each other from outskirts of Abuja. They rented a warehouse. I think 5 or so. They have 3 or 5 boys. The oldest is 25. When these guys become, although you won't see them at parties spraying money, but when they become billionaire, people say, what did they do that they make money? They were not sleeping while many of us were sleeping. That is it. But if they stayed abroad, there are many companies manufacturing drones that will even produce cheaper ones, far cheaper ones in China that will not be to their advantage. But they came back to Africa. And many African countries also signed up. The guy producing ammo tank in Epe left abroad too to come and produce ammo tank, and is servicing African countries. The guy doing EV cars, also in Lagos, came from abroad because this is where the market is. If you want to wear suit, you come to UI, or you are selling that suit, you come to UI to sell. You won't sell. Why? The people in UI, all the big professors, administrators, they have too many suits or no coat. That's the truth, and they are not willing to change it. But if you come to this kind of gathering, say, I sell suit as your plenary paper, I sell suit, and you present it and you show pictures, I can tell you by the end of that conference, you will have at least 20 new clients because you are talking to the right group. So we have the right group, and that's the youth in Africa. We also, we say youth in governance. I'm not one of those that say, okay, let's create some percentage for the youth to be part of to be in the Senate. Let the youth contest space. If they can't organize and contest space, let them stay out of government. But it's not necessarily until they be in Senate before they can be part of government. They can be councillors. They can contest to be chairman. You can use them through the organization to get ideas from them. So that way, you see, use them. But it's not about youth involvement in governance. It's not about just say, okay, create 10% for them so that they will be in Senate and we'll start to breed another generation of thieves. No. Let's have people who can actually work and deal with our district. When we want to do budget, we got something in Union from Professor about the book. When it got to Union, I never ever, until 2017, when I had to work with him, he was busy. I was director in the campus, a pioneer director. Let me put it better. Of Directorate of Intercampus and Public Affairs. Very powerful office. Give me a very powerful office. Public Affairs include corporate affairs and PR. They were in my unit. Intercampus affairs, I will help the VC to oversee the 6 campuses. So that when they have issues, there are DVCs handling their own job. When there is issue, I quickly bring up the paper up to the VC. The VC minute it down to his DVCs. So that was a very powerful man. But I'm always on the road too, traveling the 6 campuses. But you see, what he did was his first meeting, as the director of the VC's office, I sit in attendance. And then he was making photocopy. I said, what is it? He said, the budget now. I mean, what do they call it? What they say we get from government? Allocation. I said, what do you want to do? He said, I'm going to distribute it at the meeting. I said, God forbid. Why would you do that? He said, Tony, let's come to the open. So that when those who have big grammar and high fancy ideas about what we have not done and what we should do, they will see what we have. Everything broken down. That was the time Union was getting 30% allocation from Osun State government. And everybody was government. We got to the meeting. I was tense. I won't lie. But quintessential labor. Very confident. He just brought it up. I said, well, before all of you, there is the allocation document for the university. And this is what we get this month. And this is how we are going to spend it. Nobody could ask questions. When everybody came out, the next thing is that they didn't know that the university is so poor. Even Asuma, when they came, our great Asuma, he gave them the budget. Nasu, he gave them. And Nats, all of them, he gave them. If you have any other ways for me to get money, let me know. But if it's about my problem has not been addressed, this is how we are going to address it. And that is it. Openness, accountability. So he involved everybody. When it's budgeting time, rather than some heads just cooking up figures, everybody in your unit must be part of the budget putting up meeting. So that if you put up what is not visible, you can't get anything. Before the university start cutting everybody to shape, do your budget. Not the boss are doing the budget. You now say, we don't even know what was budgeted for. That's the same way. We need to involve our youth. When we run things, we say, oh, see, what does it take? What does it take to run government, to run this country? It took a lot from those who did it, and it's taking a lot from those who are doing it. I'm not squeezing their recklessness and excesses. No, but it takes a lot. How much is our budget? Take the budget. What's our population? If you break our budget down, I doubt it's up to $250 million. So if you break it down, we're about $250 million. Give everybody $1. I mean, is it $1 million? No. $1,000. $1. Then go and do what you want to do with the $1 in a year. Some people will say, $1 is 150 naira. That's a lot of money. I lie you. It won't buy you. You even get into the bus. So when World Bank says we feed on $2 or less per day, okay, that's 1.5. You say, oh, 3,000. 3,000 is not enough to feed. Oh. If you go to the cheapest mama put inside UI, you will sweat, except you want to take water soup. I always eat at a place, Shekona, if I'm coming out of Oshun. When we started going there, the pounded yam is like this. Last year, I was traveling to Lagos, shut on my well, and we're late. Guy, let us eat. So as a friend was also driving behind us. So then said, let's put the car together, park. So then I got a call. So I went on my call. The two of them were eating. I'm looking at them from far. What's wrong with this? Why did you buy egg? He said, because I was seeing white stuff for the size of egg in their plates. Why would you buy egg? So after I finished, I moved close to them. I said, now wow, you bought soup, you bought egg. Where is the pounded yam? This is the pounded yam. I said, how many will I eat? He said, better let them bring it. Start eating. When you eat food, stop. How much is one? 200. That same egg size pounded yam is 500 naira. The same mama put, the same type of soup, the same stove, wooden stove, the same plate that we used last year and last 3 years. But see the way things are. So where will your 3,000 get to? So, but when we involve groups in budget, in parliament, we see the way their own ideas can play and help to bring out change. There's a Yoruba proverb, Ọmọdé gbọ́n, àgbà gbọ́n, tàfi dálẹ̀. The elderly are wise. The young too are wise. And it is the combined wisdom of these people that founded Ile-Ife and every society in the world. So, but when you discountenance the wisdom of the youth, you can as well tell yourself they are not going anywhere. Africa has been doing that over the years, and that's where we're still where we are. Now, where the youth are better than me. Innovations. Don't worry, don't tell him time. They're enjoying me. Should I stop? Yeah, I can exactly break this. I used to be a president of student union, So now former Senate president, you want to use time to shakara. I set you up there. I just dropped the microphone. Well, I'm on slide 11, no, and I still got 9. LOC Sharma will present the rest. You just call me back. But I mean, I'm conscious of time, so I'm trying to skip. Innovations are what we need to transform Africa. Innovation is very important. As I've mentioned, the case of some African youth doing wonders. You know, digital transformation is critical because when I went to school for the first time to take a shot at Western education, I was turned back. Even though I was not old enough, I thought I was old enough because everybody was going to school. I was the last one, and I started crying. So they took me to Jello Simi. I stopped because I said that's not a school. So when they took me there, they asked me to put my hand across my head. And they taught me very well at home that, see, when they ask you to put your hand, shift your hand back. So that maybe, despite me shifting my hand back, my hand could not touch my head. And they sent me back home. They said, maybe next year, maybe 2 years, come back. But this is not the situation anymore. Now you have kids as early as 4, 5, being able to do a lot, even on their handsets. Even if without you buying for them, leave your handsets. Your child will pick it up, knows where they need to go. Did we not have the same knowledge during our time? We did. The problem is there was no answer. So they can innovate. They are curious. So that is a plus for us. We need, like I've talked about green technologies, all these guys with drone and everything. Israel, that we see today, when they came, when the Germans, the Europeans, Jews, when they returned back to Israel that was created in 1948, not the biblical one, that one died. 1948 created by the United Nations. When they got there, the Arab pushed them to the worst part, rocky areas. And don't forget, these Jews are scientists coming in from Europe. They knew they had to survive. Human resilience has no counterpart. Israel, after finding that, look, if they cannot farm, they cannot continue to import because they were surrounded by different kind of people. I won't call them enemies, but those who don't want them in that territory. So their scientists have to go back into the lab, develop, make innovations in such a manner that they can manufacture rail. Manufacture rail. This is not God. They manufacture rail. They will send whatever their chemical is, not toxic, maybe toxic, we don't know. But by the time it comes down, it generates the rock. And I mean, what becomes soil is rock over time. So they made it faster. And today, Israel, the same Israel of 1948, is one of the leading exporters of food, wheat to the world. How is that possible? Science, innovation. This is where we need to do. We already have farm crowd in Nigeria. We have LO tractor in Kenya. What do? They use AI-powered driven solutions to assist farming and agriculture. We have startups, many of them. When Google guy was going to come, he came to Lagos. He didn't go to any other place. When the Facebook guy was going to come, he came to Lagos. Why Lagos? Because he realized that there are some gang, I use the gang word with caution, and positive. The gang of youths, male, female, that are in some corner of Lagos doing great things. And they felt if they did not connect with them, those ones who have lived them, who have run them. So the best is quickly go and meet them, partner them, so that they don't come up with their own counterpart of Google or Facebook. Because if they do, if our population move out of Google and Facebook, business don't die. If we don't patronize TikTok, business will die. But they quickly come to us. It means that there's something about us. And that is what African head of states, African government need to look into. Take advantage of this youthful involvement in innovation. Finance. Today, last week, I walked into GT Bank. I get my salary when they pay into GT Bank. So I don't save money. I don't have savings account. I tell people I use current account. Except you earn so much. That's why you keep money in savings account. I don't do cooperative. I stopped. Because cooperative is a large check. That those who are eating and have remaining, I don't have. Once I take it, I finish it. I look towards another end of the month. People say, what if there's problem? The month has already seen me. The problem that cannot wait till the end of the month won't bring it to me. And it's straightforward. That's my arrangement with God. And he has not cheated. And I'm not shifting. So when I got to GT Bank, Golu and Shogu, the empty hall downstairs, no first shop was their car park. That you'll be looking for space. Only 3 cars. I said, are there rubber signs? You know that kind of thing. Sincerely, before that, the previous week I walked to the bank to pick my card, ATM card. Before that, previous week, the last time I was inside the bank was 3 years before. 3 years, any bank. I don't even go to ATM. So when I got inside, I asked the security guy, what happened? He said there's no problem. What do you want? I told him, he said, go inside. This ain't banking. that I need to know somebody to get attention. They are just waiting for me. I smile. I asked the question, asked me to go upstairs. I got upstairs. All the customers there, they are not up to 15. Downstairs, there were only 3. That means the customers in the bank were not up to 20. Then I asked the lady that attended, excuse me, madam, what happened? He said, we have moved all our clients online. I said, really? He said, yes. I thought she was going to say that we move them to the other branch. He said, we move them online. I said, then in that case, madam, you are wasting space, you are wasting energy there. He said, how? This, what you have up and down, is enough for just a floor. Rent the other half out. I said, okay, you are from Union, you have come with your idea. Let us enjoy ourselves. You understand? That is the impact of digital finance. And when that transformation reduced the gap. Don't forget, when modern banks came, when I used modern bank, not Union, not Standard Bank and the Union Barclays Bank. Modern banks are the GTB, Stanbic, all of them. When they came, they were braggadouring with, we use computer to do transactions. Then they eliminated that. In those days, when you go to First Bank, those who are older will resonate. They give you tally. As a matter of fact, there was Ucheku, one Igbo comedian. He went to the bank, carried his mat and keg of water. And when they were going to attend to it, he was already at the counter. I said, madam, thou cannot give me my tally number. I said, tally. You don't use tally. He said, so how will I get my money? He said, oh, God, what are you doing here with smart and your keg? He said, who doesn't know that anybody going to back in Nigeria will be ready to sleep for 3 days before it gets to your turn? That was how bad banking was. But now, she send my salary, I stay allowed on the phone. Same with everyone. When they say, bro, give me money, I send it. I get some charges that I have to pay. But that you respect, pays for my time. That is the impact of some youth at that time who felt necessary to do that in our financial sector. African virtual universities here, COVID-19 taught us how. Thank God for survivors' resilience, hardness. When I didn't hardness positive. I was coming as DPC at that time when the COVID was breaking out. And he said, Tony, because we are paying school, we can't afford to lock down. So if we lock down, we won't have money to pay salary because we pay salary from money we get from students. So we have to pay 100%. So you state give us 30%, university pays 70%. Say we cannot lock down. I give you 48 hours. Go and come up with how we are going to do it that we will not shut down the university. I said, okay, federal government said we should shut down. I said, I mean, we will shut physically, but academics will continue. I had to call the people in IMTC. We started fighting, not arguing, fighting, because there were fixations. At the end of 72 hours, we agreed that it is too late for us to build an online virtual class, and that we need a lot of solutions to do that. Then I asked them, well, Google gave us something. What did I do? I called my son in Canada. I said, in your school, did you shut down? He said, yes. So what did you do? He said, we use Google Classroom. No, me, sounding like an expert. I told them, I said, what about Google Classroom? You know, said Google Classroom, and we need to provision Google Classroom so that I said, okay, what do we need? He said, first, all the students must have email. Really? Do we have their numbers? He said, we do. In the student affairs. How much would it cost us to send batch email to all the students and send email, their email and password to them that they will change? They say 75,000 naira. At that time, I just walked into Professor Laba. I said, sir, by mouth, I need 75,000 naira, either from your pocket or from the university's pocket. You need to send batch email to all the students. I mean, text message to all the students. He said, Tony. I said, yes, sir. Bam. He said, approved. I came back with my paper. One line. He approved it. I ran to the boss. Boss, give me money now. He gave me from his personal pocket can take the ones the university will give us. Time does not permit. I gave to the INTC. By third day, end of third day, fourth day, we were already sending batch text message to the students. They have emails. Then we provision that onto Google Classroom. We then made Google Classroom to become Union Classroom. Then the next thing is, boom, train the trainers. I call all the provosts and deans to a meeting. We were doing training program through the nights. I was just a DVC 1 month. I was doing like Diagon Buhari. But they did not listen to me because I made them know that the salary will not be paid. If we can survive till February, till March, we won't get salary again. Let's do it. Everybody work with us happily. From there, we train those ones. We call the HODs, we train them. Directors, we train them. We also give us two people from departments. Working at frenzy speed, we got this thing through at the end of 1 week. Departments, go and train your department. By the second week, bam, we started the classroom on. We had matriculation, first and only university in the world, matriculation on that. Our colleague said it's a scam. When graduation came, because Gustavo said we must not miss our convocation for September 21, which is the Founders Day, we sent gown. We package gown, we package their scroll. We asked the students, since we have their data now, send us your addresses. We send the addresses, we shipped the gowns to them. And we shipped gowns as far as I took Sokoto. And we said, because matriculation embarrassed us somehow, we saw some students with bare chests. I said, we don't want that. We now did something unique. We sent 3 gig of data to every of those graduating students. With your family, right in your house, join, use this to join. And we bought a large Zoom distance space, 3,000. So it was a festival. That's intervention of innovation. We didn't own Google, but we turned Google to be our own. So that is how far we can do. The same thing, countries did that in Africa. See, it was in Namibia or Zimbabwe. Even when we dismissed their president, they came out with COVID kits, testing kits, COVID drugs. But because we were so hooked on the white man idea, we dismissed them. But it's high time to begin to go out to those things now. I'm moving fast. See if we have to move. We know we have those policies in those days. We call it developmental policies, but they are not. They just crawl like snail. You know, those days they say, oh, somebody will say, even when we run too much, where are you running? When you run too much, you won't run past your house. My life. You will get to your house early. That's the advantage. So you can run because information moving at this day, at the rate that is moving, it's at the speed of light. All the facts or data that I claim to be giving now, if you check it in the next 1 hour, maybe a cake. So it means that technology, digital transformation, with the help of our youth, and what is going to help us. We need to drive an inclusive. I'm glad, nobody's asking for space. While the other ones are taking over governance, the youth are taking over the lower level. We won't ask for space. Don't support us, we don't care. They've created their own financial hubs to give money to themselves to support. They don't just crowdfund now. Somebody, before you post something, somebody says, we need to help this guy. Let's give him money. Take a risk, let's invest. And that is it. And business starts to move. Challenges are there. There is infrastructural gap, but that's not a problem. There is digital divide, that's not a problem. There are governance issues that when you want to push issues, people in the government will try to stall you. You want to register an association, a professional body, because you put Nigerian, CAC refused. And then I asked a lawyer who's familiar. I said because Kama law says you cannot use Nigeria. I said, look, it means, it didn't say Nigeria, it said Nigerian. They are interpreting it to be that government will be liable. Am I not a Nigerian? When one of us here forms an association, are we not Nigerian? Is that not an association? If you look, let's say Nigerian Association of Graduates of says that. You now say they are not Nigerian. But that is one of the government issues that are challenges. That despite as we're moving, you see this, but the youth are pushing this aside. You know, they are breaking the ground and moving on. There is need to invest so much in digital inclusion, innovation ecosystem. Our people need to put money where the future is. See, up to date, you see the divide. When academics speaks, government takes our recommendation with suspect because they see us as harmful. When the government speaks, we also suspect them. The private sector will now say government and academia. Leave them up. The two of them cannot agree, so don't embrace them. But there is need for these three to form synergy to drive, because development countries in the world are driven by university, not any other place. Not people in the Senate. It is the universities that drive development. Still on that, now we have solar grids. Thank God federal government is putting mini grids. I think, is you a beneficiary yet? Yes. But see, mini grid is a good way to start, but it's too small for you. If I was a staff, if I'm a vice chancellor, even if it's that only 1 hour, I'll just say, look, says them, how many buildings do you have? Your budget for this year or for the next 3 years will be how much? You tell us. We're going to use that budget to install solar panel on your roofs, and we'll do that across the university. It will be costly in the beginning, hugely costly, but the lifespan of the solar panel as at 2012 was 28 years. They are making stronger ones now. Batteries, better ones are around now. It used to be say 55 years. Now we're having ones that run 15 years. When by the time this amortization period runs out, what do we have? We've saved so much money that would have filtered the way by burning diesel and petrol. I use solar. Since 2021, I've been using solar. My generator don't work again. I used to have to. I give him one out. Even that one that I had. That's one day I said I wanted to use it. I pull and pull and pull because the battery is stopped. Nothing happened. In the process, the rope broke. That tells you that once you move, you can't come back. And that's what universities should. Rather than just give a mini grid, I would have preferred the government saying, look, now we're giving you mini grid. Let's see your budget for increasing your grid over the next 5 years. And then we work together. AI is helping us with farming. Said that. Smart irrigation processes are happening everywhere. You know, in Africa, youths are driving a lot. The best farmers or the greatest and successful farmers in the world in Africa today are young men. Not my grandfather, not my great-grandfather, not yours. Young men. Because they know the technology, they know the modern approach, and they are deploying it. And they are making their profit. So what am I saying? Africa doesn't need to import its own green evolution. We have our own idea. We can develop it there. Policies, very important. If you don't have good policies, it will not go anywhere. We have office of SDG. Somebody asked a question how they can benefit from. That is, but how connected are these government policies to initiatives at local level? There's a need, as I said earlier, to break down the barrier so that the cooperation will simmer down easily. It won't be like, like the oil poured on the head of someone in the Bible that will come through the head up to the feet, something like that. So that is the same way policies should help to drive. Where Africa need to stop being reactive. Being reactive is when government said, I'm a member of us, proud one, former officer of us. When government said, we are going to start to give academics loan. No, we don't want loan. That's reaction. Rather, we need to be proactive. It means something is lacking somewhere. For us to be players on the global world, the global stage, we must think ahead of the rest of the world. And you can't think ahead with just me. My brain is beginning to, I'm not too old though, but too many things are there. School fees, all those things. But those that don't have those kind of responsibilities, the young ones, they put them in a room. All they do is think, pay them to think. That's all. And you'll be shocked that by the time the world is going to talk, they say we're already there in Africa. By the time they also say, no, we're already there. All examples will be pointing to Africa. If you know, most of these financial platforms are from Nigeria and they're servicing Africa. MasterCard will be envious today. All of them, because we used to go through from here, first to Europe, to New York. See the way money will move. In order to use card, your GT card, your ZD card, any bank card, you go from here. You are routed to Europe. Then from Europe, you are routed to the headquarters in New York. And then you get the other back that same week. So if they are sleeping, if you want to use your card, yeah, that's when they say there's no network. It's not internet. They are sleeping over there. And they need somebody to activate your request. But now, our guys in Africa are doing it. They created so many payment platforms. They serve as the middleman, back with money too. So once you pay, they pay. That's their job. They pay. They now take their paper to MasterCard. That's the way it works. They take their payment to MasterCard. MasterCard, you pay this money on my behalf. MasterCard will now take all those receipts. We then address the country's foreign bank. Every country has its own. This is the basic. Your people spend. You need to clear this. That's a part of our foreign debt. It's not all the money that the government loans. It's part of our spending. At the point in time, our card, they told us we can't buy anything for it. We can't spend it outside the country because dollar became scarce. Today, last 2 weeks or a month, I got a message, email from Kitty. You can spend up to 3,000 with your card. Your Naira card, I said, me. But I didn't even have Naira. So why would I get $2? But the interesting thing is that we have moved again. That is the joy. So policies are enablers of transformation. If your policies are good, it will be nice. That's why I commend Bola Tinubu for some creating 2 very important ministries, blue economy, and that of ICT guy, away from putting a young man, Tijani, at the helms of affairs for technological and digital transformation. He didn't say science and tech, because you know some people will fight it. He said digital transformation. That is where the world is. Environmental education must be rooted in indigenous principles. If it's not, we're in trouble. I'll talk about budget, inclusive governance. All marginalized voices are coming. On the global stage, Africa needs to come up with a united and proactive voice. You know, at the same time, unapologetically visionary. When I say you are arrogant, say yes, I'm arrogant. I know, because this solution I'm giving you can work, and it's working for us in Africa. This one that you brought will not work because it's yours. It worked for you in Japan, it won't work for you in Africa. So we stop being observers on the global stage. Then we can tell our stories the same way. See, if we can't tell African stories, then we are lost. No matter the ideas we bring to the table. As I'm making this talk, I think giving examples of myself and my experiences. I'm telling you my story. So even if you don't want to believe me, you believe those ones I told you because they are evidential. Climate justice. Whatever we are going now, we must seek to let the world know. We are the bot, even though this is how much we contribute. We are suffering more. Meaning which, rather than keep on making an argument about preparation for slave trade, which we are not going to leave, We also should start reparation for environmental violation and degradation and resource exploitation, so that when you push modern issues to them, they back off. They then tell you, what do you want? Say, this is the solution that we want. Oh, we can't pay for it. Give us the technology. Period. We won't pay for the technology. You will stand to gain on the long run. Push for climate finance, technology transfer, and cut and a great loss and damage compensation. That's the reparation I just talked about. Strategic diplomacy, very important. Choose your friends wisely. Don't just say, oh, because Ghana went to support Britain, and you didn't know why Ghana supported Britain. Nigeria too, because we were colonized by Britain, we are going to support Britain. What if what Britain did is against what we are? But thank God, the conflict in Gaza is telling former colonial administration of government that their former colonized countries will not go with them. South Africa was the first one to say, look, Israel, stop this nonsense. Stop killing people. You are killing children. You are killing women. These are not part of the war. They are not the terrorists. And many other countries. Today, Britain, Canada, France, they are all threatening US that we will recognize Palestine as a state, leaving only US alone. That's why, because they are also being strategic. The world has shifted. It's not like the First and Second World War. It's not like what we control. The world is shifting. If we don't shift with them, they will leave us behind. So those ones who want to be part of the game, strategic diplomacy, a unified AU and African negotiators. AU, we say African Union, I've told you already, we have different shapes of AU. The Arab one, the West African one, South African one. Everybody, just like I said in Nigeria. Oh, somebody say, oh, there's a Nigerian language. I say, no, there's no Nigerian language. We are yet to evolve more. Oh, there's a Nigerian nation. No, there's no Nigerian nation, but Nigerian country. Because if we have a nation, a Yoruba man will not feel threatened by an Igbo man. An Igbo man will not feel threatened by a Yoruba man because already we see ourselves as Nigerian. Just like they say Nigerian jollof. They don't talk about anybody who makes the jollof anymore. They say Nigerian jollof because everybody in Nigeria makes jollof. It's a signature food for us. So when you eat jollof, people will say, do we have Nigerian jollof? My sons or my children's friends, when they come for either Christmas or Easter or Christmas with us, they say, can we take some Nigerian jollof home? But for us, it's just jollof rice. But it's already branded. So that is the same. We need to start shaping the global agenda, at least for the area of sustainability, not just joining. When the next review will come up on SDGs, Africa should not just sit at the table and wait for solutions. Africa should tell their story and the experiences they have for more than 1,000 years. And now we're going to be able to help in shaping the other one. So that when they draw the next one, it will be largely from an African voice for Africa. It's not bad if you say, look, if you want to talk to Africa on the SDG point 2.0, adopt AU 2063 agenda. Period. You will have at least, at the minimum, 2 cycles of Agenda 2063 in an SDG, because theirs is always 15 years. We need to leverage our global diaspora. Africa today, I said, 1 in 3, has the largest diasporian population anywhere in the world. Anywhere. You just need to check social media and you know we are there. So we need to leverage on them. It's not just say, come and invest at home. Nigeria is smart. Ghana is smart. Many African countries want to say we create office of diasporian citizens. And when they have problems, they quickly go and address it. Oh, if you are in Ghana, or you are in Liberia, or you are in Tunisia, or Algiers, or Morocco, I'm suffering. No, somebody is beating me. I became that people say, relax. We send the aeroplane to come and take you. You that when you were leaving, they didn't give you money to go, but they'll bring you back free of charge. You then begin to feel a sense of patriotism to such a system. And if you learn anything from where you are coming from, you want to give back to that system. We need to build coalition with global South countries. At the point in time during the Babangida time, we were members of the South countries. What are those? Countries of the southern part of the globe. Because we begin to feel that, look, this Western world, their own agenda is theirs. So we need to go beyond that. There are other partner groups in the world. Small nations, they have their own. So we need to partner with them. That was why when some of us were criticizing Tinubu's visit to St. Lucia, St. Lucia is just 180,000 people. 180,000. I doubt that will be up to a street in Ibadan. But the president of a 250 billion people go there, spend a week. Something must be there. That is strategic thinking. I'm not a member of APC. I'm not a card-carrying member of any political party. So, but when I see good, I mention it. I'm a realist. When I see good things, I say they do. If they do bad, I say it. Alliances beyond government now, with you, the private sector, very critical. I'm always one of those who believe, look, the government has no business in running business enterprises. None. You can set it up and sell it to the private sector. Let's say an expressway in Canada, call it, I will call it, it's tolled in Ontario. It's tolled. It was built by the government of Ontario. But because all other highways were becoming clogged, they sold it to the private sector after they finished constructing it. So people have to pay toll. Government is not the one who carried it, so they won't protest against the government. You protest, want to protest is against the private sector. But that private sector also is paying taxes on the amount of tolls they get. That's the way government should run. So when they say privatization, I do not mean the politician in position, cornering and buying everything for himself and claiming that he privatized. No, that's not privatization. That is looting by style. Then engagement of civil society and academia. For legitimacy of civil society, the research output to the academia, very important. We will keep on thinking. We will keep on talking. Our ideas can then be transformed later. Engagement strategy. Empower our youth. They are the architect of green economy or any green. We deploy innovative technology. That's it. Then we design transformative and just policies. That way, we can reimagine Africa's global boards, confident global boards. Gradually working to an end now. As you see, from all these experiences, Africa is rising. From Cape Town to Cairo, Dakar to Dar es Salaam, Abuja to Casablanca, Windhoek to Accra, let Africa rise. That's the challenge for me from this summit. Let Africa rise, not as a follower anymore, but as a front runner in shaping a sustainable world. In closing, when is the time to act? It is not tomorrow, now. Because Africa must rise as a forerunner in shaping a sustainable world. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for the one. I appreciate Professor Olusoya for a powerful and very strong keynote address. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. So can we welcome some comments and questions from the audience?
Yeah, a number of things I'd like to say about this one. You talk about the potential that youth have to be able to create a sustainable future for the continent. But I want to also ask why why there seems to be a disconnect, and largely so, between leaders, especially at the level of policy making, and our youth. And let's talk about that in the context of the issue you mentioned concerning Nigeria. So I'm a part of the Nigeria. And I know that since 2017, 2018, Nigeria was about three world international. But fast forward to 2018, a real story. But fast forward to 2018, a real story. An investor contacted one of the top producers in Nigeria, real story, not fabricated, about how we could invest in the ginger sector, and supported with funds, but unknowingly, it was like a Greek gift because it was a GMO ginger. And then 2019, there was blights, and as we speak, Nigeria is not even among number 10, from number 1 to 10 in terms of that. So that's the challenge we have. We also see that happening in other countries. I mean, I could go on. And the last one I want to talk about, related to this, Cote d'Ivoire. Cote d'Ivoire has been number 1 in terms of cocoa production for God knows how many years now. Countries like Switzerland, countries like Holland don't have a single cocoa tree. They rake in revenue about $430 million through chocolates, a product from cocoa. Give or take, Cote d'Ivoire does about $2 billion. See the gap. But there was something Cote d'Ivoire was able to do. They had to reach a bargain with, I think, the Switzerland government that chocolate factory was going to be set up in Abidjan, which was done. I don't know how many they have now, but how can we facilitate this kind of conversation with our government? How I wish it was a government official from, I don't know what ministry, had partnered with this youth, and then would have had a different story. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Let's take number.
Let's have number 2, 3 more. Then this one. Yes, sir. Sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, I think we have a session here tonight. I felt but we can do that. So my question is about 3. What's interesting, my brother here is thinking one of them, which is the issue of hearing. So I was actually the 2 other ones. And the first question for me is you mentioned the aspect of the political class viewing the academia in a way that it can work together. The academia also viewing the political class as not trustworthy. And then you have the business, that's the private sector, not also seeing any of them as partners. How could we get these 3 to work together? Since you say they must form a synergy, and unless they form a synergy, we cannot move forward. That is 1. 2, I'm also looking at the area of regional integration. We've had ECOWAS now for maybe close to 50 years or more, and we have not really attained the kind of regional integration we talk about. You mentioned something about flight from Germany to Copenhagen, and compared to the flight from Nigeria to Ghana. How do we achieve this? Considering also the fact that countries like the ones that just formed themselves into the Sahel country, Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali, have just broken out of the ECOWAS. How do we, as a people, see how we weld ourselves together and weld the economy together? Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Okay, thank you, Prof, for that fantastic presentation. You were talking about the potential we have in Africa. And throughout your presentation, I was almost swept off my feet, believing that there are no challenges in Africa. I remember working in sustainability space, working with school children, working with ministries, just realized that a lot of challenges that we still face, the aspect of policy implementation, particularly talking about how it can begin to be of advantage for intergenerational sustainability. And I realize also that oftentimes it's because of us having round pegs in square holes. So my question is, how can we achieve dynamic shifts to ensure we have round pegs in round holes, particularly to forestall the snare prey that which policies are being implemented to shift some of these challenges that to help us to achieve the mental progress. Thank you.
Thank you for your vision. Said our strength lies on our youth, and that youth constitutes about 70% of our population we see as strength. But looking at youth nowadays, where is that strength in them? How can we reorient them for them to at least to move the country forward? Looking forward now that they are the only hope that Nigeria has now. Then besides that, in this conference, more than 100 academic people will present it. And each with problems and solutions to problems. How would this thing be implemented? Are we just going to discuss this and go home and sleep again and come back again next year? How will government know about our issue and make policies from that, then move the country forward? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. That's very. My question is on waste. I think we are really struggling with managing everyday waste we generate from our home. And they were going to, you said something about using solar panels on like tree buildings and batteries and everything so that, they can be powered naturally, more naturally. So, are there discussions about how we're now going to be managing the waste that we're going to be creating with kind of innovation? Yeah. So that's that.
How we tell the last one from them. Okay, start.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Professor Anthony. Thank you so much. I'm not having much. I don't have questions. I want to comment on your presentation, and I want to say something. You've done well. You've done well. You've helped us. You helped our citizens. Especially during that COVID-19, I was a lecturer in University of Ibadan at that time. I was doing my postdoctoral in psych. I started in 2020 because I finished my PhD exactly the way you organize it ahead of the Osho State. Following that step of Dublin University in South Africa, I was in Nigeria in 2020 when I was crowned with my PhD. Unlike the way you did it, the DHL of academics, and we did it. I hosted the vice chancellor then, I think gave me the distance learning. The free staff was there, and I was crowned. After that, the second day, I didn't apply. I didn't struggle for postdoctoral training. The one university in that country now invited me to do the same topic that I did for Nigeria perspective, which is the integration of the blended learning into our face-to-face tradition. Then I started the PhD in 2015. I didn't know that COVID-19 will happen in 2019. The thing just came to my brain. When I was doing my master's in Ekiti State University, when we were staying in the window in order to attend the class. And I noticed that why can't we shift this to two methods, traditional and blended learning? And God make it work. So when I was converted in University of Ibadan as a senior secretary to lecturer, that was the question that one of the professors asked me that, why are you doing blended learning? What's the meaning of that? And I explained simply. And the 2019, the COVID-19 showed. In 2020, all the nation was shut down. In 2020, I was invited to South Africa for my postdoctoral fellow, which I'm writing up this year, 5 years. to do the same, and I was doing the same topic. The paper is online. You Google it, you see the paper. Integration of ICT skill into the method of learning. I thank you so much. I thank you, sir. So now what I now want to add, not to suggest, sir, because I know you knew better than I, you school in abroad, you know the system, that will not affect our students. Now we are in the new era after COVID-19 2021. The whole university, including South Africa, they allow the students, especially the postgraduates, nothing like face-to-face much again, so that they can be working at the same time, be learning at their own pace, using synchronous and asynchronous method. Gone are the days that they must be in the class. Sir, I don't know if you can help me to forecast. That statement is what I'm working for. I wrote a lot of paper into that. I will share with you. Let them any we allow. As we are, I'm in the conference here. I'm supervising a student in Ghana. PhD student in Ghana, as an assistant lecturer. I've never seen or said face to face. I'm will be graduating next year. So how do we now bring this method to Nigerian perspective, especially this economy that is very tough, that the student in bank can be studying and at the same time doing his or her job. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor, for that wonderful presentation. My question is very simple, and I just want to respond to an earlier comment, I think made by somebody from him. And it has to do with creating a nexus between the academia and the private sector. I tend to see, or even the government, I tend to see a sort of dichotomy between the academia, the universities, and maybe the government. There is this idea that the university is meant to just be a place for research, and government is meant to be for policy making. And there are quite a number of things that I believe the university can also spearhead. I mean, you mentioned of young men who are into agriculture using modern technology. Is there anything stopping the university, for example? Say, for example, I was discussing with a set of people a couple of days ago, and I said, look, pepper, ordinary pepper is so expensive now, even vegetables. And we have, just as you said, massive, we don't even need to drive towards Boko. Even University of Ibadan here, very massive, uncultivated land that I believe the university could possibly use sustainable technology, use sustainable means to bring such kind of young men, maybe through an SPV, with some other private sector operator, and we begin to produce, pepper, pepper is very expensive, tomato, very expensive. You can use hydroponics and all those modern precision agriculture, using that small space, even using that space to generate massive outputs. This is what I believe the university, a department like this, can actually spearhead. So I don't want to hear your opinion. Could there be anything stopping it? Somebody said the other time that you'll be surprised that if you come up with that kind of idea, the authorities in Abuja could just say that no. I said, why would they? You need to, these bureaucratic bottlenecks. You need to go to the minister of to get approval, get this out. And the land is just lying there. Is anybody going to carry the land away just for us to make it, be more productive and help us to address some of our poverty issues? So I just want to hear you. What is your take on that? Thank you very much.
Your address has generated a lot of contributions. So I think I'm going to hand over to you so that you can please provide answers that you enlighten us more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Why is disconnect between, thank you for the question. Why is disconnect between youth and government? Why shouldn't there be disconnect? Problem is, how do you move rather, not run? Move somebody, if you are walking and somebody is running fast, you can't go at the same space. Then don't forget that we come from a patriarchy society. and with the idea that those older ones are the only wise ones, and that many years passed, you dare not talk when your older ones are talking. I joked with Pro when we were introducing ourselves. He said, I said, no, there's no senior professor. A professor is a professor. If you like, be doing the job since Albert Einstein. You are just a professor. If I get my own today, I'm just another professor. That's it. We are just senior teachers. That's all. So once you see that, you begin to probably humble yourself. In my class, let me take it from there. In my class, I do not see my students as subordinates. They are my colleagues. I have PhD, yeah. I'm up in rank, yeah, but they are my colleagues. Why? Because I'll be foolish to think that I'm teaching them, but rather we are learning from each other. I probably only have more experience in that knowledge business than they. And that if I'm able to point it to them, they will move far beyond me and even help my work to be better and easier. That is the disconnect between the government and the youth. There are some sector of people or individuals. Thank God there's a shift now. Who always believe that any idea coming from the youth is coming from truancy or recalcitrancy. What do you know? We still have some of them in the universities in Nigeria. When you start talking, they say, shut up. What do you know? I got my PhD when you were still in kindergarten. When I meet colleagues like that, I just clap for them. I walk away. You know, it's just sheer arrogance and suspect. And if you have those kind of mentality in government, you will not, because you go to World Bank meeting, you go to United Nations meeting, IMF meeting, a guy who never left the country want to tell you how governance should be, just because he's privileged to hold a digital device. Say, shut up. I've been traveling around representing the country. So that way, there's no idea. That's why I mentioned about the proverb of Ile-Ife. The elders are wise. The young too are wise. It's the combination of their wisdom that founded Ile-Ife. And that's the only way. We just have to collaborate with the youth. The suspect is there. I mean, the suspicion is there because of age-long crisis between the government and the youth. Don't forget, at the point in time, the representative of youth in Nigeria announced. And the nuns of those days, I'm of that class. When we come with ideas, 10 years ahead of the government will clamp it down. Let me give you an example. 1990, we had ACARE, Academic Freedom Document. It was undergraduates of Nigerian universities that drafted and adopted it. 1990, what was it? That every student in the university should be given 5,000 naira bursary. 5,000 naira was a lot of money then. That for those students who will be writing WAEC, they should give them 600 naira. Those were ideas from government, but we were told, and we costed it. We put this cost, it will not cost us more than 3 billion naira at that time. Yet, the government invested and wasted 5 billion on ECOMOG and Liberian war in dollars, not naira. So when they look at us, what do you know about governance? For you to bring solution, get out of here. So they will only see what they see because they have more experience. But they forgot that, look, the youth have modern ideas. So if you move away, it's just like in your house. If you're, look, I told you I'm having a problem with my laptop. After speaking with guys, I called my son. I said, Gberu, look, I keep getting this problem since Saturday. And he said, look, Dad, The guy said, an undergrad. I said, I won't be able to tell you anything that is the problem. But when next that window pop up, take a picture of it, send it to me. So when it popped up this morning again and froze my system, I took the picture, I sent it to him. So in those days, do you think I will consult him? I will carry my laptop and be looking for one repairer everywhere. But these guys have moved far ahead of their time. So that is the thing. So it's better for government to move away from their suspicion and embrace the youth. And that's the only way. Unfortunately, the speed at which we're embracing youth in Nigeria and our ideas is still very slow. Very, very slow. And it's terrible. Members of political parties in Europe join from as low as primary school. They know where they will go. But here, no. When most of us were growing up, the only thing we were taught is that if you don't go to school, you'll be poor. But now they don't have to go to school for them to become rich. A kid may even go to school for 10, 20 years and came out again not doing what he studied. And I tell students that, look, the essence of the university is not supposed to provide for you a job. We don't train people in the university. Get this clear today. We are not to train people to get jobs when they graduate. That's not the job of a university professor or lecturer. The job of the university is to train people to be able to think, critical thinking, analytical mind. That's the job of the university. That's why we did so much in theories. So when you get out there, go and apply it. But when you now say, after I got my degree, I couldn't get a job, that's your fault. I asked some of my students, when I finish regular class, I try to finish like 15 minutes, and I said, look, let's talk live. I said, okay, if you finish, how would you apply for a job? The usual way of writing. This was about 10 years ago. He said, dear sir, application for the job of so. I promise to be punctual. I promise to be diligent. And I said, are you crazy? I want to hire you. You say you'll be punctual. You don't have option. You have to come to work. You'll be diligent. You have to come. You have to be diligent. That's what I'm going to pay you. What are you bringing to the job? It's not just in relationships. What are you bringing in? Tell us your story. It's your story that will connect us to your ability. That's all. But if we don't listen to their story too, we can't move. So we continue to suspect them. We still suspect. Unfortunately, the world has moved. So the best, simple, is for government to see grace. And we are seeing it in technology already, in digital transformation. Nobody is dismissing them anymore. Look at the unfortunate thing that happened last 2 weeks. Wasiu Ayinde and Comfort Emerson. Before you know, it's snowballed. That somebody who may not have thought of apologizing had to quickly go on digital device to apologize. Even apologizing to people he did not even offend. That is the power of digital transformation now. And before you know, guess what? By the evening of that same day, one of these European bloggers featured Wasiu's case. And he said, I will keep on reporting as the case unfolds. So it's already an international matter. So you now want to dismiss your youth who could do that. You do that to your own sorry. Ginger crisis, GMO. You know, I said the GMO thing is a very topsy-turvy terrain. Why is it possible for US to continue to plant their wheat, same GMO, and it never collapsed? Why is it that when it got here, it has issues? Those questions need to be answered. There might be crises that we're dealing with that we're not aware of. Perhaps the GMO products are not fashioned by their own risk, by the research that produced them, to work in tropical environments. If it can't work here, it means laboratories need to get back to work again. To get one that will be clement, that will not be disastrous for us. I tell you, all the shades of rice you are eating, basmati rice, Thailand rice, Indian rice, maybe the only one that is not GMO is Nigerian rice. All of them, all the rice are manufactured in the laboratory. Yes, look, let us stop fooling ourselves. How do you feed over 8 billion people? And the only thing that would feed people today, and cheaply, because it's easy to plant and harvest, is rice. So they keep churning out scientific breakthrough around it. So when we cry, oh, I don't want GMO orange, so now, no problem. I have guava in my compound. Professor Adetimiri that gave me the seedlings. He gave me tangerine, coconut, and 2 guava. The guava, when they fruit, each one is as big as this. Is that regular guava that I grew up? No. That's GMO now. But when people get to my house, Prof, this is your guava. Okay? When they come out later, they say, I don't like GMO. The one you ate in my house is GMO, but it's guava. So we need to find out what is wrong. For instance, the tangerine is just fruiting this year. In about 7 years, it means something might be wrong with the soil where I am, that it took long, because I've seen the same tangerine in a year in another professor's house in Ibadan here. And my own is taller than that, and it's just fruiting now. So maybe something from that will then affect the soil constituent, and then it causes problem. There's a lot we need to know. This is where Africa itself needs to stand up, not just take everything, hook, line, and sinker and start trying it. You know. So, Côte d'Ivoire, how you can do chocolate? If we have 1 chocolate factory or 10 in Côte d'Ivoire, you can't meet the world's demand of chocolate. That's the thing, because the brand name, when people held it, they already have. Africans don't have local taste. We have foreign taste. So I won't, if you tell me this chocolate is manufactured in Burkina Faso or Côte d'Ivoire, I will look at you twice. I don't want to poison you. That is it. Because of our crudeness and the way we approach things, we just need to begin to ask our government, like Nigeria NNPC, why did 4 refineries collapse? Because of the agreement we signed with Chevron, Shell, Mobil, AG. They are expected to come here to take crude, explore crude. We don't ask them. There is no meter to say this is the amount you should take out. But we say all we want is 40% of what you took is what you should give us. So whatever they report, so if they took 1 million barrels and said, you know, like that Lagos policeman, when they saw him on Broad Street, he said, what are you looking? He said, I'm counting the bridges. He said, you? And the Agbero, thinking is smart too. Say, how many have you counted? Well, because for every building you count, you have to pay 1 naira. The guy said, I've only counted 3. So you give me 3 naira. He collected. The stupid man now say, thank God. He thinks he's smart. This stupid Lagosian. I have counted 15 bridges. And I gave you 3,000. That's our problem. They take, we don't measure because we don't have a meter till now. It's whatever they declare. And that way, systems here will collapse. That's why we ran the refinery law aground. Go to Texas. There are many individual refineries. Small ones, like those ones we burned down in Niger Delta. They call it modular refinery. They are supplying to. The government is not attacking their owners. Crisis. But here, because we think we are making so much money, that's what the problem is when we are signing agreements. The agreement we sign on the blind side. We don't read the fine lines. just say, where is the signature page? Because you trust the white man. That blind trust you just sign. I don't know you signed away your life. And we will sign that kind of agreement for 40 years. So if they are taking 10 million barrels of oil for 40 years, they now give us like 400 from oil. Whereas, all the government need to do is, we build our refinery. We are the owner of the oil. Go away. Maybe we train our citizens, petroleum engineering, all kind of engineering. Let us bring this thing out. That's what China did. I saw a documentary recently. The minister in China said, look, we don't care. We don't care who owns the idea. Government knows its responsibility. If a private sector man comes and say, look, I can give you water 24 hours per day. Government will say, go ahead. If you say, I'm going to be selling water to everybody at 101 per day, government will say, will you give them water? You say, yes, go ahead. So you will charge. Whether you make profit or loss, it's not government's problem. But they want that thing done. But where in private sector fails, dead. Even President Obasanjo during his time said we're dead. Just during Buhari, $3 billion. And today, people are returning money for looting that turnaround maintenance money because there has never been any turnaround maintenance. And that's the problem. So that's why things are not happening in Africa. Political, I say government agreement, political academic divide on our side too. We are within ourselves, we are arrogant. Why won't I do? If you study up to this level and earn a PhD, you have to be arrogant, you have to be proud. Every PhD holder is a representation of less than 1% of global population. Less than 1. All the PhD put together, less than 1%. So we are infinitesimal. So I said I should carry my shoulder. It's just for you to listen to me. If I say this is the way it will be, ask me how it is going to be possible. Don't say, look, get away. People have come with arrogance. It's part of the job. If I spend all my life, my night, my day reading, and you are not reading, you say I'm arrogant. That's your problem. But then work with me so we can find a solution. But you see, where the government suspects of the private sector, because they believe we speak too much grammar. But still, in other parts of the world, the private sector buys ideas from the university. That's why private sector they are trying. I know something that I call it the Stanford example. I can't get the audio now. 2023 I was at Stanford University for workshop for university top people. It took us on excursion. People there. And then after our workshop, we visited Google. Google was the main place we visited. Call it the Google campus. That's the headquarters. San Francisco. I tell you, if it was a university, no university can beat it. They don't have resumption time. They don't. You come to work when you feel you want to come to work. But doesn't mean you are not working wherever you are. They will see you signing. So if you don't sign in for 2 days, they will ask you what is going on because they know. And Google so did it because on that campus they have, I think, about 5 different restaurants. From the top guy, they eat together to the list. Go there, anything you want, not our own kind of food. But any food you want, you eat breakfast, lunch, dinner. house, carry your family down. As long as you're a Google staff, walk into the restaurant and eat 3 times a day. Visitors are allowed to come and eat, but you must have a staff who takes you in. And you can eat your belly burst. So I asked one of their bosses, why do you have this thing here? They say it's free food. So what is the gain? He said when they started Google, they noticed that when it's break time, people have to drive away from that area. What's the name of the area now? Into the town to get ordinary company. Yeah, they call the area company, but it has a name. To get ordinary burger. And there's no burger house around them. So by the time people go for break 1 hour and they come back, they realize that many of them have not eaten. They come back with their food in their hand. They say, look, so many man hours or woman hours are being wasted during this trip. Why not bring this food to them? They toy with the idea of selling. They said, no, let's give them free. Now we're making the money. You know, when you want to use a slave very well, give him the title format, he will overwork. So you don't need break. The food is there. Just leave, go and eat, go back. But the productivity is incomparable. They also know most of these guys, they are not flimsy body, simple belly, because they eat constantly. Drive from your house at 12 midnight, 1 a.m., there's food there, hot. Don't get about the kuro nínú iṣẹ́. There's no more poverty once you have the next food. If we can run a university like that, those days when free food was here, or near free food, when salaries, a professor in those days was second earning personnel in Nigeria after the chief judge. The chief judge of the federation was number 1. The next salary grade was that of a professor. I don't even know where the grade of a professor is today. Don't bother converting it to $9. It's a waste of time. Just look at yourself and you see where your money ends. Where the judges are earning. Judges are on $60 million naira per annum. 60 million. That's the highest. The professor is on 6 million naira per annum. Yes, now. Hey, look, Kosa Shirin there now. The only group that the salary is known is ASHU, academic staff members. Salary is in the paper every day. People, it's the only group that has not experienced any increase in salary in 10 years, no, 60 years. So when you earn 500, how do you give your maximum compared to the Google experience? You want to do research. Dr. Lade will want to go and present paper in US. So they want to go and present paper in Australia. She's the one looking for money. Friends due, pay membership due, then buy ticket and feed herself over there on this 8 million, 6 million, as if there's no responsibility. We then tell ourselves our professors are lazy, they are not doing job. But even the little researches we do with our money, how many people have annexed it? Because we look at the academy, which so much got to the point that we're making people look at the academy and the academia as forgotten group. The ideas don't sell. Madam, don't enter airplane without your golden cup. So you see, that's the problem. If we can embrace the private sector idea, private sector, look, Stanford, Mr. and Mrs. Stanford, when they wanted to set up their university, Yale, Harvard were trending. But nobody was setting up a university there. They went there, they bought large expanse of land. Let somebody bought the whole of Ibadan size. And then stepped up their university. The owners of Yale, Stanford, including people in UK were laughing at them. The greatest strength of Stanford today is their land. All of these modern techie companies, they are on Stanford grants. That's the Silicon Valley. It's not any government property. So because the man said, look, when you have an idea, you businessman come, we'll give you land, the setup. Their students, they go there to do internship. They learn. And Silicon Valley was born. UI has large expanse of land. That goes with your family that you said. If we cannot do industry, let's do farming. But the first question would be, where do we get the money? You don't need the money from government. You don't need the money from the school. Get people to lease your land. Simple. Just like Stanford is doing. Stanford is making a lot of money every year. So when they say the IGR, Nigeria will run away of IGR of the university, of a university. It's not just, look, you pay for the use of land, then we get a share of the profit of the sale. Just like a Jordan's mother did. Oh, you want my son to sign for Nike? We will sign. But out of every shoe that you sell, a fraction of that shoe money, anywhere in the world they sell Michael Jordan's signature shoe, must come to Michael Jordan. Nike said, we've never done that. The woman said, then, don't worry, we'll take our shoe, my son's talent to anywhere else. That's the way we should begin to think. Not what's the need for me as a person, but what's the need for us as a corporate body. That way, we trust you. Maybe I hope I've addressed that a little bit with examples. Policies have dealt with youth of today, the orientation. We are doing it. They don't need us to do that. Stepping down solution from conference is very important. Many of our outcomes end up on the shelf, but it's not our fault. It's not our job, as said it earlier, to turn research output into policy document. It's the job of another set of people. Those are the policy analysts. They are the ones to take what I do as a research and then piece the recommendation, build the background, create the executive summary, and then say, tell government, this is the way this can work. Oh, this one cannot work. E-waste, solar. Unfortunately, you asked that. Solar products they are not about degradable, but they are regenerative. You can recycle them, reproduce another kind of thing, including what's China going to do with it? They break it down into pieces again, they make something out of it. We can do that. One lady in Lagos has put a plastic bottle vending spots. Yeah, and they pay you money. Yeah, I give my bottled water to Obama Lepa. He gives me a for free. But you can go to that vending machine, slot all your destiny, and then you get naira in return. But you have to travel to Lagos to do that. Maybe when the technology moves around, we are fine. Our blended learning, God bless you, we continue to do it. There's no way we see university at a point. I'm orthodox, I'm old fashioned. You cannot have a university without contact. People are saying you can learn everything online. Yes, but there's this human contact. Without human contact, there's going to be problem. Laboratories cannot be done in the air. That's why the university is. We just have to agree. Landmark, anybody studying agriculture is free. But immediately you matriculate, they will give you a plot of land. You must farm every year. Bell has just started it. Free education for any student studying agri, but you will farm. That is your payback for your tuition. It's not slave job. It's a way of making money. Maybe when we begin to do that in public university, we will rise. Thank you very much.
am very sure and convinced that Prof has answered. Do we have anyone with questions there again? Can we entertain just
No,
okay. Okay, no more questions. So a take home from his address today for every one of us is to know that Africa is the most beautiful place to be. Thank you.
I am talking to me, anyhow. When we were talking before the meeting, asking from hospital, we use some phone. Say, yes, I own the key, but you can take it. No. Now, what does the release the key? I don't know what type of key. But nowadays, you can see we don't even use those of us who have type of doors. We don't use keys again. My doors are still have this type of key. But now, you can even use your thumb or just punch the button. So even if you don't give me the ring key, I can devise the technology. Just compare that. About now, we have democratic. Do we want to eat now or we want to go to technical session? So that when we finish, you just go take lunch and go. But if you take lunch now, we'll come back here. Which one do you want? We go for lunch now? Okay. Then you are ready to close the okay, but okay, we have agreed, no problem. No problem. We'll go and eat now. But let me know how many of us are presenting today. So we know whether we go to all the rooms or we just all come back here. How many people are here? Your papers are between paper 1. Let me check. Paper 1 and 45, I guess. Raise your hand, I'll give you numbers. Your papers are between, we don't even find the room now, so we may use one or two. One, your numbers. You are 1, 2, 3. You are 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So number 1 to 5 will come here. So submit your presentation before. Everybody submit. Submit your presentation before you leave now. There will be some people online. So number 1 to 5 will be in this room. Number 6 to 10 will be downstairs, not directly down here. It's called an advantage. Then there will be some people online who will be at. Let's have to do online. We'll be back by 3:30. We'll be back by 3:30. We want to go by 5 p.m. So quickly.
They cannot use it. That's what I'm following.
So don't come by 3:30. You want to finish by 4:30 or later 5.
How many rooms are we
The next time is to start going now. Yeah?
We'll buy by 3:10 years. One of the things. Sometimes you have to send the online. Quickly go for me now with your meal ticket.
Please, don't forget when
Can we have one house, please? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, once again. So we are just about starting the technical session. And before we hear number one presenter, we will let about
on the topic that says farmers and students of agricultural science for precision agriculture and innovation in Oyo and Ogun State, Nigeria. So this is the topic. It says farmers and students of agricultural science for precision agriculture and innovations in Oyo and Ogun State, Nigeria. So as you can see, talking about the precision agricultural innovations. Generally, in fact, I'm very sure all of us we are familiar with the nationwide situation talking about the technological advancements. And if we talk about technological advancements, traditional method is nothing to be right about now. Which is now going to, in fact, more or less is full of overstressing. And that's the major one. Most of our farmers in I don't say not in Nigeria, in Africa, so most people, that's what we are saying, we are still addicted to. I'm talking about my study area, Oyo State and Ogun State. Most of the farmers there, they still engage themselves in making use of the primitive method of farming. So most of those, more than half of them, because luckily, we are in the state where I'm from Ogun State, and living in currently Southern local government, they are one of the people that are living in Ogun State, I can say it. In the sense that they have a lot of farmland, but despite that, the local method, that's what they still addicted to themselves to. The same thing happens to one of my study area, which I visited, talking about the Barapa area for your state. Most of them, they make use of traditional agriculture, and these things is full of discouragement compared with the advancement of most developed countries are used to now. And this traditional agriculture is not attractive, especially to young people. Here, their potential are sensitively underutilized. So, a lot of opportunity now lies on precision agriculture. Precision agriculture can also be defined as a farming or smart farming. It's a modern approach of cultivating agricultural production. If we talk about the precision agriculture, it has a lot of benefits compared with the local or traditional method that people are used to, because in fact, it can be used to minimize inputs. So talking about data accuracy, all these things can be captured through precision agriculture. If you look at the world generally, the advancement there, technology have less the stress which the traditional agricultural people they engage themselves in. They make use of the cutlass and hoes. Later, tractor came in. So talking about the advanced now, we have another set of tractors that can be used to cultivate a large area of land. And when we talk about this tractor, we talk about a massive tractor. A tractor that is being controlled through remote sensing, unlike the one in which a driver will still be in one way or the other, pick the one to control it. And look at most of these things, gradually. Well, I don't know what will happen in the decades of years now, but currently, if you want to enjoy farming seriously, about the agricultural innovation that talks about the precision agriculture. So the farmers in advanced countries, they have adopted agricultural innovation and technology to make agriculture one of their most efficient and effective production systems, according to David, as at year 2022. Looking at these things, in fact, we have a lot of benefit that is being attached to this precision agriculture, as I said earlier. It can help you to minimize your input. That accuracy is another important that is being attached to it, and it's an opportunity for employment creation. And again, another benefit that is being attached to it is an act of resolving the problem of food insecurity. I remember sometime when I was teaching a set of students about the population. As far as something
just 10 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, sorry for that. So specific objectives of this study is to examine the correlation between respondents' willingness and constraints to the adoption of precision agriculture and innovations in the study area. And the second objective is to investigate the correlation between the respondents' knowledge and willingness towards the adoption of precision agriculture and innovation in the study area. So, talking about the willingness and constraints, the hypothesis, my first hypothesis talks about says there is no significant correlation between respondents' willingness and constraints to the adoption of precision agriculture and innovations in the study area. Talking about the willingness, some people have heard about it, while some are yet to hear about it. But most of the people that have heard about it, they show positive interest towards its adoption. While the same hypothesis talks about there is no significant correlation between knowledge and willingness towards the adoption of precision agriculture and innovations in the study area. Talking about this knowledge, some people they never have any idea about what precision agriculture is. So because of it, to adopt it, they don't know the options to choose, whether to adopt it or not. So because of the educational enlightenment, those that are educated, they have no opportunity to agree with it, and because of their exposure to the internet, they know the level in which the world are currently. So the methodology says structure interview questionnaire. I made use of the structure interview questionnaires, which was used to gather data for analysis. The research work was carried out among the agricultural students of the University of Ibadan, Oyo State, and the Federal University of Agriculture, Abeokuta State, including some selected agricultural institutes and local farmers in Ibadan local government, Oyo State, in addition to that of Odega. So the simple random sampling techniques were purposely used. So one of the reasons why the simple random sampling techniques was purposely used is that my selection was based on the Federal University of Agriculture and agricultural institutes, and some of the agricultural students. The departments, most departments in the University of Ibadan are majorly based on agriculture, either animal production and crop production. So methodology, data were collected quantitatively through the use of questionnaires in order to get the variables needed. So key findings of my research, it talks about the perception of respondents, which revealed that 85.8% of the majority are of the opinion that precision agriculture is very important for the future of farming. Because you cannot just stick to the old system. Because if you adopt it, it will help you to produce food in large quantity. Because without food, no human being can survive. You can't live for long without food. So in order to meet up with the world standard, you need to adopt it so that we'll be able to be the same line with the advanced country. Also, 39.2% among the respondents disclosed that precision agriculture and innovation with what it entails is too complex or difficult to implement due to lack of high capital investment. The money to start is one of the major problems. So aside that, illiteracy is one of the major problems. Talking about the local farmers, most of them, they can't read. So because of it, talking about this precision, taking data analysis, they are not so used to it unless they are rich, unless workshop arrangement is being given to them, they will not be able to cope with it, except the students. So the majority of the respondents were new to the precision agriculture and innovation system. So 19.6% have basic knowledge, especially those that have seen it somewhere, those ones that have the educational knowledge about it. 7.9% has intermediate knowledge, while 0.8% minority, they are expert. So the percentage of people that are adopted is still less than 1% among the people in my study area. So the value reveals that, my conclusion now, the value reveals that majority of the respondents are active males and single use on educational pursuit. I mean the students and most of the youth, especially the people that came from the neighboring West African country, most of them are still under the active age. They have interest in farming, but what it entails, how to achieve meaningful things out of it, most of them they lack it because of their illiteracy. The study also highlights the need for educational knowledge training and demonstrations so as to enjoy the needed and expected benefits, such as reduction in input costs, increased food security, and enhancement of resources efficiency. So the high upfront costs and equipment operating challenges, they are one of the barriers. They are some of the barriers to the adoption of precision agriculture. Because if I thought you say you wanted to take your data analysis, it involves the use of drone too. The person that is not that is an illiterate, the person that wanted to use an accurate measurement of the feed to feed his livestock or accurate inputs talking about the fertilizer or whatever the quantity of water to spray your farm, you can't calculate it, you will not be able to enjoy it. They're talking about these people being an illiterate, they can never enjoy it unless training is being given to them, unless workshop is being arranged for them to know how the thing can be benefit to their side. So my recommendations to these topics, one of it is that the precision agriculture and innovation is perceived as highly beneficial, and students of agriculture are more willing to adopt it for improved agricultural productivity, so that therefore government should consider integrating it into the educational curriculum. Because when they are exposed to it, practical aspects, talking about how to operate drones, how to utilize the modern equipment, they will know the right method to do it. So talking about most of these students, in fact, I will say some of them, unluckily, they find themselves in agricultural courses because most Nigerian institutions, if you apply for a particular one, if the number they wanted to give admission to, they have already achieved it, they can just put you in anywhere. So some of them, once they find themselves there, they hardly adapt themselves to the courses being given to them. But we see some people that go intentionally to study soil crop production, animal production, and health. Willingly they are there. So people like that, they should be able to help out. They should be able to help them out. Another thing, training programs, demonstration, workshops should be given to agricultural extension by agricultural extension agents, policymakers, and educational institutes. Likewise, the local farmers, those especially the literate ones, demonstration training should be given to them so that how to make use of this modern equipment, they will be able to enjoy it also. So about the continuation of the recommendation, the fact that the majority of the respondents depended on the parents for financial support. So this highlights the potential financial challenges. Most of them, they don't have money. So money, the initial capital to start this investment. So because of it, they should be supported by the government and non-NGOs. Thanks for your listening. Precision agriculture, the response of the farmers and the
So I want to welcome comments, corrections from the audience so as to improve this work. There's no perfect work, no perfect research work. And I'm sure that one or two people will have something to say. Yes, sir. Okay.
Methodology. Please go to the slide, please. Yes, sir. Yes, and agricultural institutes and local farmers. Yes, sir. The major reason is that, especially Federal University of Agriculture, majorly, as the name it is, basically they cannot just be done without agriculture. So, and my research is based on the exposure of the students of agriculture to this agricultural innovation, talking about precision agriculture. Talking about the UI, my focus on the UI is focused majorly on the agricultural student here. So, yes, faculty of agriculture, so that all the information needed, I'll be able to capture it from them. Talking about the agricultural institutes, some of them they are exposed to this agricultural innovation. I talked about the smart farming. So some of them they have adopted this modern system, like IITA, Livestock Research Institutes, and these institutions at Apata. So talking about the local farmers too, they too, some of them, we still have educated people that have investments in the rural areas. They are making use of the modern tractor. So that's the reason. Simple and population. I selected 240 some people. 240. Without bias. Yes. Yes, sir. No, noted, sir. Yes, sir.
For joining out the sample. Yeah, thank you.
Noted, thanks, sir. Yes.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Is it not possible? Because the sign has been approved to me as if those farmers are not teachable. I don't think there's any way to not teachable. I don't want it to be really to define the goal in terms of illiterate farmers and all that. I think we are not ready to work out.
Okay, sir. Observation, sir.
Can you note that? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes. What's possible?
Your key findings, if I'm not mistaken, you have just two objectives. I think you have more than more findings, key findings than most in your objective. I wouldn't know if there are other objectives that were not captured in this book that you have presented to us.
Exactly. They are. They're talking about the message sent to the before this presentation. In fact, they gave us a maximum number of words. So my objectives, they are about 5 numbers.
So this is my point.
Yes.
To further presentation,
Yes, sir.
just capture those findings and make them bullet points so that we don't have this much.
Thanks. Because as they just said if you should submit your slide. I just did it very, very fast without preparing for it before.
In case of next time, next conference, it's an international conference.
Yes.
The moment you want to reduce your volume of your words, yes, right? Then you reduce the number of your objectives so that you can capture the limits. If you are, for instance, if the research work originally has 5 objectives,
for this kind of presentation, if you have 2 or 3, I mean, it's okay. You meet up with the word limit, and you'll be fine. You just pick the major specific objectives in there, and you explain yourself. Then when you're supposed to present, I think you're supposed to do that with a PowerPoint, not word point. This is not PowerPoint. This is not PowerPoint. You're supposed to just bullet points, then you speak to the slide. That's it. Then you talked about adoption. How did you measure your adoption? Because I can see that adoption is a dependent variable of this work.
Yes.
So how did you capture adoption?
Well, we have some people, I put it there, some that are other interest, they have some willing in adopting it, someone that are somehow not decided, some people that have willingness to adopt it.
Do you know that adoption has a standard scale?
Yes.
What is the scale?
The scale?
Yes. A standard scale that has it has a 5-point scale and a 3-point scale.
Yes.
A 3-point scale of still in use and discontinued, not in use at all. That's the 3-point scale, and that's the most commonly used for adoption. Somebody that is still using, that has adopted and is still using it, somebody that has adopted and has discontinued, and somebody that has never used it before. But this one that you are saying, you have not used any of the standard scale. You have not become an authority in this field. This is MSc, right? Even if you are a PhD student, you have not become an authority. So you cannot develop your own scale to measure adoption. You need to do something about the standard scale, the scale for measuring adoption. Any other question? Thank you very much. Can you give a round of applause? Yes. We have you present. Yes. I think I allowed it. I said initially 10 minutes, but we allowed 15 minutes for the last presenter. So not to avoid bias, I'll give you the same 15 minutes. But they said we should finish by 4:30. 10 minutes. So yeah, give us time. Yeah. Please put life in your presentation. You have started on a very slow motion. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, everyone. My paper is on child neglect and education for and security in Calabar, Cross River State.
Are you from?
Yeah, I'm from Cross River. Okay, next slide, please.
So let's see the title again, please.
Child neglect and its implication for the peace and security of Calabar, Cross River State, Nigeria. Okay. So, according to the World Health Organization, an estimate of 1 million children aged 2 to 17 years experience neglect, physical, sexual, and emotional violence. Neglect is a type of child abuse. So I think the common ones we know are physical abuse, sexual abuse, and emotional abuse, but child neglect is also a type of child abuse that is often overlooked. That's why I'm shedding light on it. Please, the next slide. So United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization in 2023 shows that out of school children has risen by 6 million since 2021 and now totals 250 million and 20 million out of school children in Nigeria. So 250 million is global and then 20 million is in Nigeria. Africa has the highest rate of child neglect in the world. Those are the stats. And the percent of boys being neglected by their caregivers and the stats of girls being neglected by their caregivers. In Nigeria, we know most of the children who are on the streets are in the north, the popular and marginal children, but there are also children who are on the streets in other parts of Nigeria. So these are just most facts to shed light on the situation of child neglect in the South, which is Cross River and Akwa Ibom. The last survey was in 2010. After that, there has been no other survey. And in 2010, 85% of the street children were out of their homes because of witchcraft branding. And between 2000 and 2010, 15,000 children have been branded witches in Cross River and 5 states. So the issue of child neglect in Calabar is actually a great concern because most children abandoned on the streets have become like a menace to the society. They have become gangs. They are called Colombo boys in Calabar and then Lakasera girls. This is like a slang that is given to them, which is derogatory because of the things that are attributed with the children who are on the streets in Calabar. So despite the pervasiveness of the issue in Calabar, we haven't really had enough studies done on this issue. Yes, there have been newspaper articles and magazines, you can search it, but no sufficient academic studies have been done on this issue. So the aim and objectives of this study primarily is primarily to examine the implication of child neglect on the peace and security of Calabar, Cross River State. The specific objectives are one, to identify the factors responsible for child neglect, examine the consequences of child neglect, assess the various response mechanisms to child neglect, and examine the issues and challenges in responding to child neglect. A theoretical framework for this study was Abraham Maslow's human needs and John Bowlby's attachment theory. It served as the framework because it shed more light on how the neglected children on the streets lack the basic human needs and then they get entangled in the wrong vices. So the methodology for this study was qualitative method. I combined both the case study and exploratory designed to gain concrete in-depth knowledge on the problem and investigating further. The study was conducted in Calabar City, also Calabar Metropolis, which consists of Calabar South and Calabar Municipal. Calabar South is made up of 12 wards, while Calabar Municipality is made up of 10 wards. Purposive sampling and snowball sampling technique were adopted for this study, and the purposive sampling was used in selecting the street children for this study. It was also used in selecting non-governmental organizations and organizations that have worked with street children. The snowballing technique allowed for referral from the initial participants. The primary data included 8 key informant interviews, 7 in-depth interviews with key stakeholders in government and civil society. So it was additionally complemented with 2 focus group discussions with 6 neglected female children and 6 neglected young children. Secondary sources consisted of relevant literature and the data was content analyzed. The method of data collection involved focus group discussions, like I've said before. So now the findings, what did I find during this study? The most common causal factor of child neglect, which has been rampant over the years, is witchcraft branding, and is closely followed with organized crime, failed family system, and poverty. So most children are out of their homes because they've been branded witches from the homes, which is because of religious, either the church has told their parents that they are witches, or another prayer house has told their parents that they are the cause of their misfortune. And organized crime, what I also found out was that there's a syndicate which actually like the children being on the streets because they can help carry out crime and it's easier for them to do the dirty work and they just get discarded. And there's a field family system. They say it takes a village to raise a child, but now there's no solid family system anymore. A child parent might die and then the other family they don't take any responsibility for the child. And lastly, poverty because the economic situation we all know how it is. So the poorer the country has become and the smaller cities have become, the more likely children are on the streets fending for themselves, talking and their parents do not care because it's less mouths to feed. The consequences of child neglect for a child are multiple and long term. So they suffer various forms of health concerns. Their mental health is unstable. You have teenage pregnancy, children as young as 14 are having kids. There's serious drug abuse, and sometimes it has led to the death of children on the street. There are different stories. The paper goes more in depth. There are different stories of children who took drugs and then they just died on the streets. The consequences of child neglect on the society has manifested in increased crime. Calabar is really experiencing a lot more crime than it was when the state was still coming up and was the center of tourism. Now there's more crime, there's domestic violence, and also loss in human resources because the youth become unemployed. The state government actually attempted to address this issue by amending the Child Rights Act of 2009. So in 2023, they actually criminalized witchcraft branding in Cross River because of this issue. And occasional evacuation was done for the children on the streets. A non-governmental organizations and faith organizations provide food, shelter, clothing, the outreach programs from time to time. So what are the major challenges in responding to child neglect? So the major challenges in responding to child neglect in Calabar is with social services. There's inadequate implementation of existing laws and policies and lack of police phobia. They are all tied to can you go back? They are all tied together because even if the state government did an amazing work by criminalizing witchcraft branding in 2023, it's still pervasive because it's been a problem implementing laws, and which goes back to the lecture we had earlier that implementing policies is where the issue is. And Consumer State has a lot of beautiful policies, but implementation is a problem. And lack of political will, because most people in government are just there for the office and to enjoy. They are not really concerned about the welfare of the. So what are the recommendations? Funding. More funds need to be allocated to tackling this issue of child neglect. It's capital intensive. The government needs to take ownership. There needs to be capacity building and rehabilitation of the children, then documenting and tracking records. So, finally, the research presents an understanding of the root cause of child neglect, the impact it has on peace and security. And there is definitely, from my research, there is definitely a correlation between children being on the streets and the rise in crime in Calabar over the years. Thank you very much. That's all.
We have all listened to the presentation. Can we have comment from the audience, please? Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. Can we see the objectives again then?
Trying to figure out how capture the topic, even though in the recommendation we're talking about how security was affected because of the time. These objectives is not reflective of these objectives.
There's nothing reflective of the in the objectives as far as security. Oh, okay, I beg to differ. So primarily, I already said it that the primary objective of this study was to examine the implication of child neglect on peace and security in Calabar, Cross River State, Nigeria. And the topic is child neglect and its implication on the peace and security of Calabar. So this specific object, I was trying to narrow it down to give us a better understanding. So before we even examine the implication of child neglect on peace and security, I tried to identify the factors that are responsible first for child neglect, and then examine the consequences of child neglect on the child and society. So in this second specific objective, in examining the consequences of child neglect on the are already treating the implication of child neglect. Okay, I understand.
How you probably state categorically these objectives. How child neglect is linked to peace and security.
Can I get your what you so what do you think should be better? What should be
more
better?
explanation? So what I'm saying is that the consequences of child neglect, how maybe you're looking at not maybe you're looking at peace and security.
Okay.
How child neglect, how child neglect is responsible for lack of peace and security. Just consequences is open-ended.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Consequences that you captured is open-ended. So it could be other consequences.
It's not open-ended. It's the consequences of child neglect on the child and the society.
Excuse me, please. Are you trying to say that she should show a link between child neglect and security? Well, I can say that this work lacks hypothesis. That should have been found out in the hypothesis, not in the objectives. In the objectives, she has the main objectives, and the main objective is an end. All these other four objectives are the means to achieving the end goal. You understand? But if you want to create a link, a relationship between the independent variable and the dependent variable, then an hypothesis should be introduced into this work. Do you understand now? You can't be thinking of a link or correlation or something in your objective. You test hypothesis. You want to look at differences, you want to look at relationships, then you do that in an hypothesis, which this study is lacking. So in this wise, what are your variables here? What is your dependent variable? Are you sure child neglect is a dependent variable? How was it measured? You didn't do any hypothesis. Is your research work just descriptive? Because if it's just descriptive, then you won't have tailored objectives towards the main objective. Because we would have loved to see how child neglect has contributed or influenced insecurity or peace and security. And that would have brought out the beauty of this work. We're talking of child neglect and peace and security at the other end. What is the correlation between the two?
Okay, I thought like that was captured.
Ordinarily, you cannot just think. It should be an empirical finding that should show that neglect has caused insecurity and has disrupted peace.
So that's captured in the
Who's finding?
there are all the sources are on the paper. So this is just the presentation.
And there was no need for you to do your own findings in your own study area.
I was just doing further in Calabar already. There's an empirical study that shows the correlation.
Okay.
So I was just doing more finding, but there's empirical literature which I use as sources in my.
Are you telling us now that a lot of these studies have been carried out in this study area? Is that what you're saying?
They are studies, but they are not sufficient.
Hey, the more reason why you should do your own findings in your own study area, so that you can be sure that what operates in the other study areas that you have documented remains the same for your own study area. You cannot, because you can have two communities very close to each other, and you see that what is operating here is not the same as what is operating here. And that is the essence of research, to show that you want to do a critical findings that what happens here is different. Then you can now determine the differences between what is happening in the two communities. And that's the major thing this work is lacking. Then who were your respondents? Yes.
People in civil societies and NGOs, it's specific. You want the specific.
How did you collect your data, please?
You can use the
like that. No paper, no questionnaire, no, just interview, mainly qualitative. So every data you collected was on oral and verbal discussion. Any other question? Okay, sir. Okay.
Also, he mentioned in one of the slides that the last survey that was conducted on this was in 2010. So, there was about other group, and it's also the aspect you mentioned about the Child Rights Act of 2009 in Calabar. Now, I'm also looking at one area in your population. Calabar is a very large area. So I want to know how you could really have a very drawing proper inference with the size of that area, rather than maybe narrow it down to a much more manageable environment.
That's why I use the focusing and symbolic technique. I just wanted to focus on the children and the NGOs that have worked with them. So that was my focus for this study. So I agree that better and further studies need to be done because more attention has been given to it. But for this paper, I just wanted to focus on NGOs and children.
Well, I asked the question, you didn't answer. Who were the respondents of this? Not their names. Who? Is it women, children? Was it just that you gathered children and the NGOs? So what then is the sample? Sorry, what then is the sample size? You're talking of six.
No, it was specific, so it's only the neglected children.
And what is the sample size?
I don't know all the
Then you have not carried out any research. Because there's no research work that you won't talk about the population, the drawn out sample from the population, then the sample size, the techniques and all that of drawing out the samples, they are not there now. At least we should have the total number of your respondents, which makes up the sample size.
Okay, sorry, just to be more clear, you mean I should have captured like all the NGOs in Calabar?
Because no. When you talk of all, you're talking about the entire population. A technique should have been used to draw out your sample for the children, for the NGOs. For instance, if you had like 2,000 children in your study area, it's possible you may not be able to go through, and the 2,000 will be the entire population. Then you can use a sampling technique to draw out just 200, to draw out just 150, and that makes up your sample size for the study. And that's the essence of the sampling procedure and sample size, because the procedure generates the sample size. You start from one step to another till you get to the final stage, which is the sample size, the total number of respondents for this study. You can't just assume that 15 children are here, 10 NGOs are here, I just want to gather them, I just want to hear from them. No, research is not done that way. I have understood, purposive, right? There should be a defined number of respondents for every study. Please notice and do the needful. Thank you.
Which your side? Number what?
Number 41, general result. Number 9, when we sent. Number 9.
This?
You see the topic.
I didn't name it also. Hold on, I'm downloading it.
Thank you. Yes, madam, you're welcome on board. Yeah, can we have you present? this is real cultural heritage attire.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ruth Maria, and I'm presenting the topic Assessment of Community Participation in the Preservation of Cultural Heritage Resources among the rural households in Southwest Nigeria. Okay. So, assessment of community participation in the preservation of cultural heritage resources among rural households in Southwest Nigeria. Cultural heritage elements are symbolic and they represent identities in terms of culture. Sorry, can you Essentially, is an assessment of community participation in the preservation of cultural heritage resources among rural households in Southwest. Cultural heritage elements are symbolic and they represent identities in terms of culture and natural resources. I want to believe immediately I entered the hospital that nobody will mistake my identity for a Fulani woman or an Hausa woman. So we're talking about cultural heritage, it gives us our identity. And the connection to the traditional activities around this object creates a sense of community. Take for instance our compass, by the time they are being posted out of their immediate environment, immediately they are able to sense I'm a Yoruba lady and this is very Kemi and Shegun. We want to form a bond of the community immediately. The community participation in the cultural heritage of the other hand represents how groups of people are organized and interact with the given world in order to foster social cohesion and to promote development. The objective of the study. The major objective of this study is to assess the level of community participation in cultural heritage resources preservation among the rural households in Southwest Nigeria. The specific objectives are to describe the socio-economic characteristics of the respondents in the study area, to identify the types of cultural heritage resources in the study area, examining the level of community participation in cultural heritage resources preservation study area. The hypothesis of the study. I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. I have two hypotheses for this study. The first one is that there is no significant relationship between the socio-economic characteristics of the respondents and the level of community participation in the preservation of cultural heritage resources. And in the second one, there is no significant difference in the level of community participation in the preservation of cultural heritage resources between Oyo and Ogun State. The study was conducted in selected communities with notable tourist attractions in Oyo and Ogun State of Southwest Nigeria. And the sampling procedure and sample size. The multi-stage sampling technique was used, and the first stage was conclusive selection of Oyo and Ogun State. And within Oyo and Ogun State, Oyo State is made up of the 3 local governments, which are also regarded as blocks. Then Ogun State made up of 20 local governments. And 10% of these, each of the states was selected and that gave me these 5 local governments of blocks. Then from each of the local governments of blocks, I have 11, 10, 9 like that. Then from each of the blocks, for a random selection of 40% of villages were selected, and this gave me these shown villages. Then from these shown villages, we have number of registered households. These are the number of registered households. Then 20% of this registered household was selected randomly, and the total of 132 respondents was gotten from Oyo State, 89 from Ogun State, and a total of 221 respondents was used for the study. Now, this table shows the
socioeconomic and stability of the respondents. This is a good result from the two states, and from the result you see that the males are having higher percentage, 52.7% of male respondents and 47.3% of female respondents. This corroborates the one of the largest differentiation that male counterparts of making decisions when it comes to community meetings, and that is why the implication of the result is that male counterparts are more involved in community meetings and decision making. And that is why I have male respondents and female. Then I also have their age, and the average is 56 years, which shows that the respondents are still in their active years. By taking all the kind of consideration of cultural heritage, we will be able to give their full support and their active years in preservation. Then the household size for the respondents was 7, which shows that they all have average family size. And then the aspect of the community was also taken into consideration, and for the study, my respondents are those that have stayed nothing less than 10 years in the community, and over 78% of them lived more than 30 years. Now, this gave me the results of the types of cultural heritage resources that we have in Oyo and Ogun. And from the results, the use of local wares, local French, and use of modern on the next slide. This represents the tangible cultural heritage. Those are the things that we can see, feel, and touch. Then we also have the tangible cultural heritage. So the use of mother tongue came first. From the next one, okay, continue. The next slide. Yeah, this table 3 shows the level of community participation in the preservation of cultural heritage. Now, measuring their involvement, their level in participation, I got 53% as a moderate level, while just 17.6 were actively involved, and 29.4 are performing. Then the teacher analysis, this is participation in preservation of cultural heritage in between the two states, Oyo and Ogun State. And from the results, the value repeat value is not significant, which shows that the level at which cultural heritage is being preserved in Oyo compared to Ogun State, there is no significant difference. The reason might probably be because they originate from the same background, they have common cultural heritage practices, they have probably facing the same challenges, the same socioeconomic and services of the respondents. In conclusion, the study has found that the use of local food, local wares, and modern tongue with common types of cultural heritage resources among the respondents. This is general, but from the study, I also want to recommend when we go for lunch, even those of our fathers in camp, they neglected our amala and begiri to opt for rice. So, from the recommendation, it was recommended that families should propose basic essentials. The reason why we are clamoring for this because we see that some of our families are not in the business, and I'm recommending that from each of those families we can start promoting our culture. We should appreciate Nigerian cultural heritage resources and then inculcate it into younger generations. Thanks for listening.
Now we have listened to the presentation. Can we have some comments? Prof, you're welcome, sir. You just came in. Okay, sir. So let's have some contributions, comments, corrections on this presentation. Okay, Prof, sir. Yes.
I want to see your methodology.
Okay. Move on.
Okay, after the master. Methodology. Okay.
When you said, because from the conclusion, the middle part, I came in about this thing. And what is just curious, you were studying cultural issues and you use questionnaire. How is possible when you ask those tangible questions from questionnaire?
All right, sir. I use both interview and structured questionnaires.
Okay, the interview is not important. No, it's very clear. Your paper dwells more on questionnaire because this is the issue. If you use interview, your methodology did not talk about interview. It didn't talk, there's no mention of mixed method. So there is a serious deficiency, even in your conclusion, which you may need to go back and address. The methodology is not clear. Then, even your sampling procedure. How did you pick your samples? Random?
Opposite and random.
It was not stated. Look at it, it's just clear. You just said 1, 2 lines. You could have mentioned all this and still talk about it in 1, 2 minutes. So that is a gap in your work that somebody who doesn't even know what you are doing can be led astray. So that part needs to be part of it for us to really connect with your conclusion. Because if you pick people 132, 78, or whatever numbers, how many did you interview?
A few of them, sir.
How did you arrive at that few? It's your methodology that should explain to us. So these are clearly missing. Much of your analysis that we discussed was basically quantitative. And what you really study, your focus, can't be determined by quantitative. Because these are things that, if you ask me, question, do you speak local language, let's say Yoruba in your household? I just say yes. And you calculate that. There's no question about context, which is at what time do you speak Yoruba in your house or Igbo or Hausa? How often do you as a mother communicate with your children in your local language? Or let's take the word local in your indigenous language. Those are the questions that you will ask when you do interview. But many of part of the major part is quantitative, and quantitative cannot be conclusive. This kind of thing. So you might need to go back and check again, and then come out with proper evidence, which probably you left out, you did, and you left out. So, no, don't worry, even if they tell you 5 minutes for your presentation, don't let that affect your paper. Write your paper through. What you do at conferences, you do a little bit of minutes, if they give you 5. It takes you 15 minutes to defend your PhD. You work for 5, 10 years. It's 15 minutes. If you don't finish in 15 minutes, they cut you off. And they start asking you questions. Your process is 1 hour, 1.5. So if you write books of 300 pages, your dissertation, and you are given 15 minutes, and you say this study is too big, just talk a little bit, 1, 2 lines, introduction, go to your methodology, another 2 minutes, then go to your findings. Don't waste time on, I did 110 persons said this. No. Then when we start asking you questions, you'll then be able to address what you need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your first presentation. Can we have more comments? Yes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity once again. And please, where you have your test, where you have your p value results. Then we have the T value to 1.76, P value 0.081. There is conclusion, not significant. How? What did you compare the outcome with? Because must have been compared to something. But we arrive at not significant. Not significant.
Okay, the value not up to 0.05 is regarded as not insignificant. And that is why when I run the analysis, having this value gave me the opinion that the value is not significant. 0.5. 0.05. Yes, 0.05. This is 0.081. Yes, because it is greater than the significant value 0 to 0.05. Up to 0, yes, 0.05 downward.
Just an observation. I think you can test it in two ways. You can compare the T value, the table value. But nowadays, because of computer, you don't want to stress ourselves. So we compare that T value with alpha. So we now realize that it is not, it is outside the scope. You know, we have alpha not 0.05, one is not 0.05. There are two ways to it. If this one is value in the olden days, let's say we're comparing with the value. If this one is lesser, we are still below like this. But this particular one, because it's greater than 0.05, the other way around, that's less. You understand?
Yes.
So that is, I think, it will be shown. Maybe your
Mike, network is under. Take it well.
Kindly raise your thing online. Hello. If you are presenting online, kindly raise your hand. We want to be sure. No, you don't. Okay, Idowu, are you presenting? Okay, all right. She too, you are presenting as well.
Yes, I'm presenting.
All right, just hold on.
Yes, I'm presenting.
We have Idowu Zan. Share your screen and present. 7 minutes. You have to stop for 4:47. Thank you. PM.
Thank you. Can you see my screen? Yes.
Okay.
I can see your.
We can screen. Can you enable a full screen, please? Okay. Is it better now? Not at all, not yet. Yeah, I'm showing a full screen now. Can you see it now? No. Okay. Just bear with me.
Hello, sir. Is it not better you help to share the screen from your side?
Let me send it to the main group then.
Okay, while you wait, Mr. Dowu, can we have Shitubenga Michael?
Okay, thank you.
Make Shitubenga.
Yes. Are you seeing my screen?
Okay.
Hello.
Your slide is coming up. Kindly enable your full screen.
Okay.
Please
Is
go
it
to your
okay
title
now?
page. You can see your screen now. Okay. Please, you can go ahead and make your presentation for the next 7 minutes.
Okay, I'm on my title page now.
Yes, we can see your screen. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Shit. Yes. Food insecurity, and I move to slide 2. Food. Among the reasons why organs for reproduction, food is most development goals. Number 2, no hunger. So that food is very, very important. Problem statement. Nigeria faces significant food insecurity challenges despite its rich in agricultural resources. The objective of this research is to explore the relation between food system, food insecurity, and humanitarian crisis in Nigeria. The population of Nigeria is over 200 million, and we are highly dependent on agriculture for livelihood. Source from World Bank. Food insecurity remains a persistent problem in Nigeria. Challenges to food security. Number 1, conflict. In the northern part of Nigeria, we have Boko Haram insurgencies, bandits, and Fulani herdsmen displacing people from their localities, fighting farmers and displacing them from their farms. Then we have issues of climate change, that is excessive rainfall, excessive heat, excessive sea level rises. Then we have economic instability, lack of infrastructure like roads, good storage system. Then we have poor agricultural practices in Nigeria. Then we have limited access to markets. Definition of food security, according to Food and Agricultural Organization, 2008. Food security exists when all people at all times have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meet their dietary needs and food preferences for healthy living. Methodology employed in this project. One, mixed method approach. We use quantitative and qualitative method, processional design, data collection methods, survey questionnaires, focus group discussions, and key informant interviews. That is, cross-sectional area designs, data collected from household and key informants in 6 geopolitical zones. Then we have multi-stage sampling techniques used to select household data collected method, survey questionnaires and discussions, and key informant interviews. Finally, we discover that where prevalence and severity of food insecurity in Nigeria, and the underlying causes of food security in Nigeria are poverty, conflict, climate change, and poor agricultural practices. Impact of food insecurity on human displacement of people from the earth. From this report, adapted from FAO 2022, we can see that from 2014 to 2016, we have 11% of food insecurity prevalence in Nigeria. Then 2015 to 2017, we have 12.3%, and it's increasing up to 2020 to 2022, which is about 21.3%. You can see some visuals of insurgents in the northern part of the country. People are burying their families in numbers. People are making protests, and bandits, and this Boko Haram insurgencies is taking place in the north. Then solutions to food security in Nigeria. Number one, we propose climate smart agriculture, that is resilient agricultural practices, which will result in increased crop yields, improved food security, then market infrastructure development, road storage facilities, which improve road and storage facilities. Then this will reduce food waste and increase access to market. Then livelihood support, economic support, credit facility, that is giving of loans. Then this will improve household income and increase food access. Then conflict resolution, peace building, security measures, harmonious meeting between the farmers and the herdsmen, which will reduce conflict, it will reduce displacement, and this will increase food production. Conclusion and recommendation. Food insecurity significantly contributes to humanitarian crisis in Nigeria. Conflict, climate change, and poverty worsen food insecurity. Comprehensive interventions are needed to address food insecurity and promote sustainable development. We recommend that policy be developed and programs that understand the complex relationship between food system conflict, climate change, and poverty. Then we recommend again to implement multifaceted intervention to mitigate food insecurity and humanitarian crisis in Nigeria. This is references. One cannot think well, love well, sleep well, if one has not done well, said by Virginia Woolf. The war against hunger is truly mankind's war of liberation. John F. Kennedy. Then our own Nigerian man, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, in his day said, man is the alpha and omega, the only dynamic means and the sole end of all earthly human activities, all productive activities, if they are to be meaningful, equitable, just, and human, should be geared to one and only one goal, the welfare of individuals. Thank you for listening.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you.
I think the session is over. Can we have 1 or 2 contributions?
I'm done.
Are you raising up your hand? Okay, yes.
Stop. You could hear what the question clearly.
Number of questionnaires that were shared. I know you mentioned there that you shared to PIs and projects, projects, principals and research team members. So let's just know the number. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Do you want to respond to that now?
It's not even there again. It's not right again.
No, I think it's network.
How many close session? Let's say so on this note, how we put to close the session today?
The first lady that wanted to present. Okay, I'm still here. I'm still here.
Can you share your screen now?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm ready now.
Okay. All right. Please, you can go ahead and share your screen.
Can you see the screen now?
Yes, you can see it. Enable the full screen, please.
All right. So my topic is towards the 2030 agenda. an assessment of the impact of the corporate social responsibility activities on SDG goals 1, 10, 11, 17 in Ibadan North local government area of Oyo State. So the reason I chose CSR is because interest sparked when I actually read an article, and it said that the international organizations were not giving funds again for SDGs, which is why it's important for us to use indigenous ways for us to achieve the SDG goals. So this research investigates Ibadan North local government area to address the missing information about how CSR initiative links to the 2030 agendas. So basically, I picked out 4 SDG goals, which is the first one is SDG 1, no poverty. SDG 10, reduced inequalities. 11, sustainable cities and communities. And the last one, which is the partnership for the goals. This objective of the study is to analyze Ibadan North local government CSR initiative and to establish their relationship with SDG 1, 10, 11, and 17. To evaluate the need to study the effect of these programs on urban sustainability and poverty reduction, together with stakeholder collaboration and inequality reduction, and to evaluate the main barriers that prevent successful CSR execution while providing solutions for improvement. Now, the problem emanated because we realized that most organizations are usually very large on saying their corporate expenditure. Can you hear me? Hello? Your slide is not changing. We are just on your main page, your title page. Your slides has been static since while you're presenting. Okay. So can you see this next page now? Okay, we can see it. You All have right. just 5 minutes more. All right. Like I was saying, the statement of problem emanated because we realized that most organizations are usually very large on talking about their corporate expenditure when it comes to CSR. So it was pertinent for us to actually measure what SDG goals these corporate social responsibilities meet. And then we realized that monitoring and evaluation of these projects, when they actually make them in the communities, they usually lag behind on them. For my literature review, there were 2 major theories which we used, which is the stakeholders theory and the Carrot CSR pyramid. So we have a lot of CSR drivers which actually assist in achieving the corporate social responsibility. We have the media, we have shareholders, we have board stakeholders, employees, government, NGOs, and a lot. So for the methodology, it was a qualitative research with the use of interview. So I interviewed 15 residents and 3 community leaders. So these 15 residents that I interviewed were actually people who have actually benefited from CSR initiative. Ibadan North local government area was the area where I used for the research. And then I used thematic analysis to analyze the qualitative data. Now, I was supposed to actually interview the CSR managers or the managers in charge of the CSR activities of the organizations, but I was not able to. So the companies used were MTN Nigeria, 22bet, .ng, and Fidelity Bank. Those were the companies that we actually looked at their corporate social responsibility activities to the organization. Now, let me move on to the teams that were generated from the qualitative research. We realized that most of these organizations actually prefer decisions that are top-down instead of consulting this organization, consulting the communities to know which projects they actually need. So most of the times, these communities actually say to us that they just come and impose projects on us, and they are not bottom up, they are top down. So monitoring and evaluation is usually key. So let me just chip in something here. Am I still audible, please? Hello?
Yes.
Okay, so I recall when I was doing my master's in SESDEV, Sustainable and Integrated Rural Development, we were told the importance of the bottom-up approach, which is what is actually dovetailing into this report. Now, most participants also pointed out that the community members typically get limited participation in CSR planning. So they are not involved in the CSR planning. Then multiple respondents expressed the importance of organization working together with government bodies. And then most participants also say that by stating the CSR activation initiatives, which leads to positive economic influence effects that eventually lead to the creation of new business opportunities. And then most of these community members that were interviewed also spoke about the sustainability of these projects, that because they do not take ownership of this project, they are not actually monitored and evaluated. So majorly, it was noted that the MTN Nigeria, Fidelity Bank republished the Boys Hostel and Administrative Block at the Oyo State Juvenile Correctional Institution Child Care Center in Ijokodo, and they distributed healthcare supplies to hospitals while providing computer internet for educational institutions. MTN Foundation actually had a CSR project where they did like ICT training for people throughout Bodija and Dugbe. And then 22 Bet NG, they joined forces with Oyo State government to build boreholes and fixing public toilets across Ibadan and Ojo Market. Let me also state here that in the conclusion, that we found a link between CSR and SDG 1. How? The CSR initiative in Ibadan North primarily reduce poverty through both income generation opportunities and cost reduction programs. So specifically, one of the respondents spoke about the fact that she was able to save 300 naira from a borehole that was installed. So she further now said that 300 naira is given to her child to take to school. So we can even see that meeting one SDG goal can have a multiplier effect on meeting another SDG goal. So for speaking about the CSR and SDG 10, it says that the implementation of CSR projects which expanded service accessibility, reduced inequality. So in this instance, we realize that the access to ICT reduced inequality between people who did not have access to it and people who actually had access to it. So about the CSR and SDG 11, it says that community development through CSR initiative brought improvement to business districts and public spaces within those areas. So for instance, now they said to us that when their markets are clean, it actually attracts new businesses. Then we realized that there was a relationship between CSR and SDG 17. Now, for instance, the Ministry of Education works together with the MTN Foundation. That's a collaboration. And the Ministry of Environment also work together with the 22 BET through their market association partnership. So for the recommendation, I was recommended that corporate social responsibility program need to shift from relief items. I recall Fidelity sharing relief items to community members. So we said they should shift from sharing relief items. We know that these relief items are of importance, but they should shift to micro lending and job training, which will actually have a more lasting effect on these communities. And it was also recommended that the sustainable revenue generation models must combine economic empowerment activities with infrastructure development strategies. In addition, that these CSR managers and organizations should not work alone. They should have a memorandum of association. So we have come to say that it's about 5 years to the end of these goals. The funding is not coming from the international organizations, and as such, we should use our indigenous knowledge to achieve these SDG goals. Thank you.
We have listened to the presentation. Okay. We have listened to the last and presented for us the contributions. Very small. Prof, sir. Okay. Any other person in the house? That on the phone? No, say something. You want to present again? You are not listening. That's tomorrow. We are supposed to. You didn't indicate. I know the list I'm working with. Tomorrow we are closed. Thank you. So in the absence, I would have loved all of you to say something about this work. You're listening. You want to say something? So in absence of any comments and contributions, we draw a curtain on the session for today.
Hello.
So
Yes,
I
I
will
want to
start
ask.
tomorrow.
I was logged out by network. No. Was I able to finish the presentation?
Thank you for your patience and for your contribution. Make today's session successful. God bless you all.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we have converted the next call.
Hello. Can anybody hear me? Shitu Benga speaking. I don't know whether I was able to finish the presentation before the network logged me out. Hello. Hello, anybody? Who can you still hear me?
I still hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Was I able to finish my presentation before I was logged out by network?
I'm not, I think so. Maybe you need to ask the facilitators.
I've been speaking and nobody is responding to my speech.
Or you send a message to the chat room.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Nice
welcome.
presentation, Edo. Keep it
Thank
up.
you so much.
Yes, we can. It is, let me say is, it's about, he likes to take one drink. It is in a bottle. The bottle is Buddha is brown. I know that what a man can do. Okay, his name is Mr. Ibadan. He likes taking Buddha. So anytime he's concluding his English class with us, he say, oh, you people are very good. So you say good, Buddha, good. And when now his name is Mr. Bada. Say Bada. So which one are you? Those who take Buddha, they are Buddha. Those who are good are good. So I hope today, if you want to describe your day now, how will you describe your day? Huh? I'm excited. Oh, what are you excited? When you see my name, what that is? You people now promote you. Will you come tomorrow? If today is exciting, you can imagine tomorrow. If today is good, you can imagine tomorrow. So I want to thank you for coming today. Earlier, I was not so excited because our students didn't show up. But I sent a warning to them. Even the person that went to the hospital without telling me, send me medical report. There's somebody said, we have a test, tomorrow. Don't ISDS, who is that person? I'm sending to that person. The person now, I'm sorry, sir. It's your student that said they are available. And I have to call the person that will come here and say, so what your police are causing? They don't know the code by the you must come by force by fire. Okay, so there will be no time for me tomorrow for those who are so go back to her and tell her that I've cancelled that test. That's the first thing. I'll be here tomorrow because we're still. I didn't hear that.
Hello. Mr. Olawale.
Are you
Mr. Olawale?
I'm closing, no, but I just want you to leave on an exciting note. And
Mr. Olawale?
Feel that there's something we reserve for tomorrow. If you don't come, what is the meaning of that in English? It's going below. Oh, please take that picture. Everything can be sustained. So tomorrow I come to 9 o'clock here. You can be here earlier, but you want to start at 9. To present tomorrow, raise your hand. For tomorrow. Somebody came to me earlier today, said he didn't submit abstract But as you see the day going, you feel like if you doesn't present in this conference, it's like there might be a problem. And the never said, what you will not be in the after, I don't care. Let me just present. So you are now, if you dream tonight and you have something to present tomorrow, we'll give you time. But the most important thing is that you have to register because we will give certificate to only those who register. We give certificate to God. Okay, thank you very much for coming. Any questions? Any questions? Certificate will be e-copy. So don't come to me for certificate tomorrow. You will send to your email or WhatsApp as you want. If you want to register, if you are not registered, you can do that tomorrow. Yes. After the conference, now looking forward, we are going to have 2 publications. One will be for proceedings. Proceedings don't compile all the papers. But the other route is journal publication in our journal. We have a journal that is called African Journal of Sustainable Development. So for proceedings, you can see Dr. Akinde. Now, even though we have sent the communication, we'll still follow up after the conference. Then for journal, we see Mrs. Raji, who is also in charge of the journal publication. Any other thing, if you have not registered, let me say that again. For students, it's 15,000 naira. If you are a student, it's 15,000 naira. For students, any other case, any other department you need is 30,000 naira. For our students, we don't give you a bag. If you got a bag, please return it. Wait, except that you pay 30,000 naira. If you pay 30,000 naira, you feel free to find out with your staff. What is not find in English? I don't like proud. That's what you guys do. Okay, so 30,000 naira if you want the bag. And get the bag. There are 2 types of bag, this one and the other one. So if you are registered tomorrow, you get another bag, which may be good. Okay. Do you need any other thing? You are eating breakfast and lunch. Tomorrow, how many so that you see the breakfast tomorrow? Oh, dinner at all. Okay, you are fine. Sorry, relax. You don't want to pay again. Okay, what I'll be aware you